Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mike Friday. Yeah. Hey, what's up, fellas? What is up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my sharks out there. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. I see you, fam. Hey, guess what? Today is Friday. We always call this Hot Mic Friday. So we really try to make the conversation interesting. But I'm going to try to make this as interesting as possible for myself. Because, I hear a lot of guys, the old schoolers, when we sit down, and it's hard for some of y'all to understand sometimes where we be coming from. Not just because of the age difference, but the time frame. When you start looking back on time, some of y'all can't go back as far as we can go back as far as time. That's why we just kind of try to put y'all in a situation the way look at it from our point, like jumping on the bus, getting your feet on the footprint. You know what I mean? Go back at our time. Take your mind frame, because I know we're talking to grown folks. You might not have lived that time, but you understood the time period. It's not like we're talking about the 1800s or the early 1900s. Especially when it comes to us, we're always talking about the early 80s through the early 2000s. Now that carries a big, long span of time. So you got to kind of understand the game in that part of time. Not the 50s, not the 60s, not the 70s, but for us from that 80s up until that 2008 time period. There was a lot of shit going on. A lot of relationships. Knew a lot of people all over the damn country, man. And see, that's when you stop and you look back on all the people. And then all the success that some of these people had. And knowing that you know these people, and success was the furthest thing from their minds as far as being considered a legend or being known for the work they put in. You wouldn't know that in those people at that time. Because I look at them totally different now from the aspects of who they really are and the contribution that people can still talk about them 30, 40 years later. You look at them a little bit different. But then in that same difference, it's almost like somebody who, before they know it, they these people are really legendary. They just, they're known for their work. But then when you really know them, they really just average good people. See, that's something that we picked up along the way. Hold on. Y'all can't close the door. Excuse me. You pick up those relationships along the way, and you think about, the friendships and how you got to just know and how you met everybody. You can sit back and talk about, we really could sit back and talk about some conversations and some times and some dogs and the moments when you into that moment is just like yesterday. It is. It's almost just like it was yesterday. So for people who don't know if you ain't never ever did experience something like what we did in the past. Never, some people have an inkling of it, but to do it to a certain a certain type of level, like when y'all read some of the old conventions, some of the old, matches that used to go on back then. You look at the great names that be in them conversations for that time period. See, when we read it in the now, these people, their names have become familiar to you. And you're right there in their moment. That's their in their moment when this was being written to them. I guarantee they thought they was just they were regular old people putting in that work. But when you read it on the now, you gotta understand those were legendary people putting in that work. And what you're reading, they did a whole lot of that. Excuse me. They did a whole lot of that. And they did it with a whole lot of other people. Now, if you notice, you see people from Utah, Louisiana. I mean, when everybody hooked up, everybody, look at the names. They all hooked up. Well, if you have never, ever been in that part of the game, it's a whole lot different than like when we were playing around just in Carolina. And we got our first dogs right here in Carolina. Now we got, Benny, we got all types of dogs coming in. We got the bruiser stuff, the Cheryl Powell Hetrick shit. And you're around all these other brothers, the Tony Wades. All of them had dogs. Now remember, we're in Carolina at the time. Look at the great names was down in Carolina at the time. I think Fat Bill was down there, Hargrove was down there, Mr. KEMSEY Woods was down there, Atlas Brewer was down there. You got Cheryl Powell. You had Mr. Triplet, because Triplet had been, and a couple others. Mo pretty much know about some of the other brothers that was actually in that area. That was at Kinston, Pink Hill, Greenville, even all up in Lumberton. I mean, that Carolina run down through there was a lot different than what we did when we started moving from state to state. I'm gonna tell you why. Because back then we were new to the game. But one thing in the process of moving around, just being so new, good dogs kept us kind of like interested, kept us like, you could see that the dogs that they gave us, was nothing like the other dogs that other people had. We knew that. So, not really understanding that, but being able to get out there and first clean up all the bullshit outside, everybody who thought they had some serious shit, being we new to it, we come right in and we're smashing their shit. But they can't get the dogs that we were getting. And I think that was a big difference. Their dogs weren't like the dogs that we were getting. And some of my people around in that time period, they took offense to that simply because they knew us for Domen pinchers and Wattwatters, but we were stepping into like their game at the time. So knowing we were good trainers, they just kind of felt like, most people think, oh, we train our bulldogs to be like that. Like, really? Now, we weren't seasonal dogmen at this time, but we had good dogs. So it was nothing to find out just how good these dogs was. And in order to find out how good these dogs was, we had to start putting these dogs on people and who were the best people to put them on. People right there, the little community of all the bulldoggers right there. That's that little community. You know how that neighborhood shit worked. So the dogs made the difference. The dogs themselves is what kind of like created this hype. Because even then, because of that hype, and then Cheryl Powell and Atlas, we wound up going into the, I think his name was Mr. Jackson's, had that champion Thor dog. He was down in that, he was in Jacksonville. I think that was his name. But I remember we did it in a barn. And that was the night the Bruiser smashed that dog. I mean, literally a smash. But the funny thing about it, fellas, when they set this up, it was this big old barn. And the people, we done got outside of the neighborhood now. You know, we done kind of cleaned that up. And now we're going after, you know, some of the people that Atlas knew. And we had that Bruiser, Low Posse's Buster dog. So evidently they must have been talking, and that was our very first match. And the funny thing about it was, we in this big old barn, and we wasn't the only blacks there. We would have been, but being Marines, it was me, Mo, Benny, Cheryl Powell, and then we had 5 other brothers that came with us. See, remember I told you about our kennel partner who had the dog down there? He just recently passed. That was Boss Choke, Benny, Robert Blackwell. And he worked, we was all in the Marines, but Benny worked in the corrections office. You know, he worked in the corrections department. I mean, he ran the facility. He was what I call head NCOIC, non-commissioned officer in charge, Sergeant Blackwell. So, but he had all these other guys that ran, we call it the BRED. And it's basically a federal prison inside your base. Because Camp Lejeune had a pretty big, it was like a prison. But we took a couple of them big guys with us. You know, not really looking to start anything, but it was one of them situations to where we knew where we were going and didn't want to be still. I didn't say we didn't live in North Carolina, just lived on a base. Back in that time period, you know, everybody stayed either up on the hill or down in the bottom. You stayed across the railroad track, you know what I mean? Or you stayed on the other side of the railroad track, you know, which is basically all the good stuff is up on the top. Everybody who knows anything about Carolina, up on the top, all the land, beautiful homes, everything. Closer you start getting into the city, you cross from down the hill and you got to come over the railroad tracks. It's like almost every little major city. Things change. And that's how this area was, regardless of we was in Snow Hill, Browntown. I mean, it was just like that. Remember, I have children in North Carolina. My first wife was from North Carolina. So I know the place. Their family's real big. The Suttons and the Fields. Big families down there. But growing up in the area, we were even introducing ourselves to them. Because now we're off the base and we're outside of the Jacksonville area and we're playing up in the Raleigh, Durham, Lumberton, Cary, all them little Greenville, Goldsboro, all them towns in between there. We got these guys. And we have moved about side of everything on the other side of the track and we start moving around. And I think that had a lot to do with our relationships with our white counterparts. Because never at no time did we ever have an issue. I mean, it was almost like was almost a every weekend thing. And we couldn't have nothing on the base, but this is how we were able to get around outside of everything on this side of the tracks to everything up on the hill. And the relationships were so, I mean, I look back on it now because think about the area, but in the same token, only so many could cross that barrier, cross that line type of situation. You know, Boone was one of them. I think Mr. Rentley was one of them. I mean, there was a couple others who, but not many. Remember Cheryl Powell, he was one of those, but it wasn't many. I think at the time, I think Perry Powell was still a Marine at the time. I think that's who it was. But these were the ones who were, you know, we would always run into each other playing at the top of, you know, up on the hill. And the relationships and the dogs and the stories. And to sit down here and try to tell y'all, you know, we read about, you know, y'all been watching this. We went way back and we work our way up, but you never really got a chance to see where the mingling came in at. When did it turn from the good old boys to the ties and them just hanging out, you know? And remember, I'm talking about Carolina. You probably heard some of the old stories about the Buffalo Soldiers and the Denny Greens, and even Rosterman. I mean, Rosterman is not too much older than me, and he's right out of Carolina. Nobody could tell you the story more born and bred than a man that was born in Carolina. You know what I mean? But it was still able to cross that barrier. Remember, we told y'all earlier, he was one of the first black men that I actually seen in a book that they talked about. A Buffalo Soldier came later. Even though I think he should have, he just didn't have enough people telling his story. You know, coming from that New York, up there in that New York area, you know, up there, up north, things was a little different. I'm going to just slowly walk you through there because remember, we started here in Carolina. And you would think that would have been the worst place, you know, to try to move forward and learn something in Bulldogs. Now, trust me, we always said they never really told us much. Never. But we never had a problem going to grab anything off the yard and going to get them dogs done at top of the hill. Yeah. And the relationships that were built off of that. You know, that's why I trip out because one thing, even about that area, there wasn't too many people who didn't know who the twins was. I mean, bottom of the hill, top of the hill, all down at the university because one damn thing we definitely did. We got around and we actually, you know, we had fun. But even for us, when you start dealing with these bulldogs and dealing with people, I noticed that we got a lot out of people and appreciation from people for just admiring what they're doing and really very interested in how you're doing it. Now, whether the fact that it was Marines, they looked at us in a different way because they knew we wasn't from down south. They knew we was from Ohio. So maybe that was a different way of how we were able to do certain things. But my point is, regardless of what the situation is and what people might think about that time period and some of those who might even live there, it wasn't like that for everybody. It really wasn't. It was actually very entertaining because look at all the cookouts and, you know, all the conversations, all the different stories, all the shit that they seen, all the dogs, all the yards you're walking. And you got to remember, listen, you don't know these people. But one damn thing for sure, they all know each other. They all got their little ints about each other. Always had that little about each other's dogs. But as far as entertaining you and the hospitality, that was the best to me. That was our best experience that prepared us on how to deal with the dog game as we grew. Because one thing I noticed about the whole thing, we would have never had the good dogs that we started out with if it don't be for the men who gave us those dogs. And I never told y'all they sold us shit. I'm talking about dogs that they gave us. And the conversations and the stories. Remember over at Atlas' house when we talk about the dog that had the big ass collar around his neck. He had him over in his box and all dark and everything, and he explained to us the dog was going in the keep. The dog was in keep. For a person that didn't know what that meant back then, and then still from the neighborhood thing to actually playing on the top of the hill and realizing what's going on the top of the hill. No wonder why the boys on the bottom can't get up there. Because y'all down here messing with this bullshit, and the real shit's up there. And that was the reality of that North Carolina run. We were maybe one of few outside the sheriff, and we already told you the sheriff had some shit. His shit, they wouldn't even put their shit on his shit. But when you start talking about them Hedrick T.N.T. dogs now, in the future, I can see why. But take all that away and say you didn't know nothing about that, and you just talk about the damn dogs. Shit that you can see for yourself. Shit that now you out here playing with Atlas and KEMSEY and Triplet and Stevenson and Hargroves and Fat Bills and the Jacksons and the Robinsons. That was their name, the Robinsons. That had the champion Thor dog. Yeah. And they all playing amongst each other. Because y'all can't go, there's no way y'all going up there playing with them. And that was something that I never forgot as we got smarter in this game. Because the more, just having the dogs was a start. Not knowing what to actually do with the dogs. One damn thing for sure, when we didn't know what to do with the dogs were so bad that they respected those dogs. Remember, Blood, BA, and Bruiser, and Judo, and Solo, and BA were all matched in North Carolina. At least Bruiser twice before he got stolen. Blood and BA were one-time winners when they left left North Carolina and went into Ohio and started smashing that shit up there. See, one thing that we definitely learned early is what a damn good bulldog looked like, y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell you about how we actually got into this and trying to give you a better look on what the both sides look like. When you down there and you getting these dogs and you that newbie to you that greenhorn and you down here playing around in the damn neighborhood. You this is where you testing. You gonna be the boss of the neighborhood. Oh, you got a pit bull. You got them pit bull. Where you get from? You ain't doing shit. And then before you know it, you got a name. Because they got them dogs up there off the top of the hill. It's because they ain't got them dogs down here. You know what I mean? and still be able to go on top of the hill and be treated like a dog man and given good dogs. And maybe, yeah, we did take them same good dogs, went right back down there and smashed them. But guess what? That opened the door for the people down here on the bottom to change the game. I watched it change right then. Because now, based on what was happening, the guys on the bottom will go spend that money to get them dogs that's on the top of the hill. Yeah. I don't know whether it was pride or them just really on the bottom really think that they didn't have no dogs up there, or the people up there never really involved them down here anyway. You know, maybe that's why y'all got the trash of the trash shit, and because y'all can't go up there messing with them. And they might have been able to treat us the same way, except for the type of dogs that we had. We didn't have no bullshit ass dogs. And I owe a whole lot of that to that Sheriff Powell. I owe a whole lot of that to him. Because one damn thing for sure, they respected him and he had good dogs. And he knew some damn good dog men. And them dog men was willing to give up dogs just so we could have dogs to be able to do what we did. I thought that was so important to discuss with y'all because we always put this out here, but y'all don't, I mean, I'm trying to fill in the little things that might have went over your head. There had to be something that got us there. It just didn't happen. It was something that over the period. Bump that son gonna go off. But let me see here. I know when I come back, I'll start moving on the screen. I still see the circle. Okay, yeah, I'm back then. All right, look. But one of the reasons I bring that up because you know if you've never done it, and we know how it is to be green at something and not have the knowledge and get out there and think you're doing something because you beat up everybody in the neighborhood. You know why? Because they don't have the dogs you have. But then go up at the top, hook them up there, they hook you up, come down, beat up everybody. And then that brought more people, actually, fellas, and I mean, tell it actually had more people wanting to go buy those dogs. And see, remember we told y'all earlier about the conflict that happened when, they were all a group and somebody broke their agreement when they started selling them dogs. When the top of the hill start, getting that money, from the boys in the bottom. They said Tom started it though. I'm getting this, based on conversation. Keep in mind, we still green to this, but when you had them doors opening to where the bottom started being able to go up on the hill and get them dogs, is because the money. I remember the time period I'm talking about. I did say the early 80s. We still in the core at this time. life was a little bit different then. Things had just right there in the early 80s, things was just getting, it was just getting started. Because by the time you got through the end of the 80s, shit was on fire. You know, if you live, some of y'all might not be old enough to understand that. But for the ones who was back there in them early 80s, y'all know what I'm talking about because things was just getting started. And them things actually, we were there to see in that area how those things kind of like got started. When you hear the little disputes, the conversations and stuff, right? And you kind of don't want to be like the bad guy because because we over there running with the police. You know how they used to look at it because we would show up, but we Marines, so it didn't really matter what people felt or or what they thought. It was the fact that we're Marines and we're in your town and this is what we doing. Yep, and they hanging over out there with the sheriff. They got some badass dogs. We're already running around with these trained ass Doberman pinchers. So yeah, it's not too many people who didn't know the twins because we really kind of gave them reason to. But then again, I told you, I was a Marine. I had Marine friends. I had a brother. He older than us, but he was right there. Remember he was the brig sergeant. So there was always a certain attitude how we dealt with shit. But it was such a experience to see how just those little events. Remember, we were just a little part of that change. And I don't use it to brag on it. I'm trying to tell y'all, when we sit here and tell y'all shit, Mo really don't get into the detail. He do the dog part of it, but I felt like it was time to tell y'all the life part of it. Don't ever think that this just happened, over, split in a moment for us, because it really didn't. Yeah, we were green at one time. Yeah. But when I say we were green, because that was something we never done as far as American Pit Bull Terriers. But we knew dogs. We understood the concept, being we down south now. We understood what was on top of the hill, and we understood the position of what was going on the bottom of the hill. But being able to play in both areas. And remember, I said maybe because we was from up north, many of us. I think everybody that hung with us except for two people. And one of them was my little dude named Snake. And he bought the town with him. Timothy Sutton. He's one of them Suttons out of Goldsboro, all up in Maryland. And pretty much that down. But see, we met him, he got under the wing, and he was just a kid in high school when he started running with us with the dogs. And that was in the early 80s. But the relationships that led to, because remember then, y'all, we was trying to tell, they knew the Buckeye Man. We didn't know who the Buckeye Man was, but they knew we was from up north. And then they were asking us about the Buckeye Man. We didn't know who the hell the Buckeye Man was. But the Buckeye Man actually wound up being James Pope. But they knew James Pope very well. All of them. We just didn't know who he was. And that kind of relationship, man, and the respect that we have for North Carolina, I try to show, bring to y'all, where people think that, about racism, people being prejudiced. The South is what the South was. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend like the South wasn't. It was. But when it came down to the Bulldogs, it took a person from the outside. And remember, Cheryl Powell, he was not from the South. Cheryl Powell was from Pittsburgh. ex-Marine that became a sheriff in North Carolina. That's how that went. And he jumped right in there and boom. We jumped right in there, boom. He bought us in. Remember all the behind the sheriff. But all the moves that was after that was actually based off their respect for the sheriff and I guess the respect that we had for them. Because the dogs they was giving us, they didn't have to give us. They could have gave us the worst of things on the yard, but when it all boiled down to it, they gave us some of the best shit on the yard. So, looking at things like that, fellas, being green and just you ain't never done what we done. You know, y'all didn't do what we did. I'm just taking it. I'm taking y'all back where we was. Everybody had to have that certain point in their life when it came to these dogs. It's just a matter of who you started with, how you got started. But all of us had the same story. Just different people happening in different ways. And to be honest, race really didn't have too much to do with it when it came to what we were doing. It didn't. We missed that. And knowing what I seen when we was beating up on everybody on up at the top, up on the hill. Because I think they was really setting us up for failure, fellas, for real. And I mean, to me, that's when you dealing with a certain person that already thinks a certain type of way, those things are not supposed to be a shock to you. To us, we take things like that as challenging. Actually, to me, it makes you a better person as an individual, and it actually showed them made us a better dog man. Because their intentions might have been set for one thing, but the challenge, just being able to be challenged to that point and the opportunity to challenge a point. It worked. We beating their ass. That's what teaching us shit. That's what I'm telling them. They weren't teaching us shit. I bet you some of them lost. Remember, if they had, look how many wins we would have had if they had been putting that shit in the journal. See, it was some good dog. I'm telling you that. Robertson's champion Thor, he was supposed to be about that life. That was one that they felt like, y'all got this dog from so and so, well, he ain't shit, and got shot. That was some big talk back then. And some of the other dogs that came behind that, like Lil Solo, straight low posse, another low posse dog. Bitch was that life, smashing them. But they gave us the opportunity. And I always said, because we might have been the only dark faces in there, but, being Marines and dealing with Benny and the boys from the correction department, we never, ever had a problem. Ever. And it wasn't like being intimidated. I'm talking about hospitality. Sit down, eat, drink, talk dog, talk military. I mean, that got us a long way, man. And that's why we be stressing sometimes about the relationship among dog men. Because we even seen what it was to see how the people on top of the hill acted, when they start coming with that money. The boys on the bottom start coming up that hill. We want to get some good dogs. We'll pay for them. And guess what? They were selling them. You know what I mean? They start selling that shit. So when I look back on them days, and even in the early 80s where them boys didn't have them kind of dogs. So when they start really getting them kind of dogs, what made them start getting them type of dogs? Because what people like us was doing, Cheryl Powell and remember the Rasta Man was down there, Tariq smashing their asses.
And the South Carolina boys was getting them red boy and yellow dogs.
Yeah, and them South Carolina, them boys, they was getting. Remember, we had the Eli shit over here in North Carolina, but them boys up in South Carolina, they was dealing with them red boy dogs.
They started getting all up in Detroit.
They was, and then remember, we followed that path all the way from where we at down south, all the way up straight up north to where we took that red shit straight north too, with that motherfucking hard biting Eli shit. Went and changed a whole new game now. Dealing with a whole new different part of the country. But the dogs would have never been able to do it without the right dogs. You beat up the right kind of people with the right dogs. When you don't know what you're doing, imagine the damage you can do when you start realizing what you can do based on the dogs, knowing what you know. See, we became better dog men when we realized everything that we didn't see when we was in Carolina. Now, we're still grown men, so we understood they wasn't teaching us shit, but they also knew that Atlas gave us some dogs, James Edwards gave us some dogs, they all knew that. So they knew that the dogs that we had, where they came from. And that shook up some shit, fellas. And we didn't, even though we played in the Raleigh-Durham area, I don't think we went as high up into that, was that Greensboro, Winston-Salem? Yeah, that Mount Airy, up in that. We never went up that far, unless we was going home to Ohio. As far as playing that far, I think the farthest we went would be in a triangle. Is at Raleigh-Durham, Cary, Clayton, Smithfield, that whole Goldsboro, and a couple times in Lumberton. But that's a lot of Carolina moving around, fellas. For all my people in North Carolina, y'all know what I'm talking about. Those areas, to me, they had some of the best Eli shit for that surrounding area.
David had the trash, though.
Who? David?
I said they had trash.
Oh, yeah. All of them had trash. I mean, that's what I felt about it, because, again, remember, we wasn't getting our dogs from Tripleton and that. We was getting our dogs from...
They was like breeding these dogs.
The boys in the bottom was.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Them boys in the bottom, they wasn't messing with them boys on the hill.
Exactly.
No, they didn't go start messing with them boys on the hill until once we smashed their ass and then was beating the boys on the hill. They started going around and going to see them boys up on the hill. And they was taking that early 80s money with them. So that just didn't happen in that area. That actually would start happening everywhere.
Especially in Carolina.
In them Carolinas, that started happening everywhere. When the boys started spending that money to get them dogs, they was taking that money and you was getting them some good dogs. And that's why I always speak on relationships. Throw the color out the damn, get rid of the color thing. Let's act like color don't matter, and let's get back to the honor, the integrity, the truthfulness, the respect, the simple things that make any type of business, any type of community work the way it's supposed to work. I have had the opportunity to not only do it with white people, but Indian people, Spanish people, Dominican people, Puerto Rican people, Haitian people, north, south, east, west, don't have to change for all these different people. All we had to do was just be us. I always felt like it's not too many people who didn't know the twins. And not because we was crazy, it was just because we were them certain type of people that were cool with everybody, who loved to have fun and try to be the best at whatever it was we were doing. That you would have to talk about it. To me, that didn't take selling puppies. That didn't take jumping on no damn YouTube, Facebook, none of that. That took us just getting out there, getting amongst the people we want to play with, building a relationship with it, and just riding out. And try to be the same people we was going into the game, but be better than it was when we first got in the game. And as a person, I never stopped being who I was. Anybody that know me and my brother, they know me and my brother are really two different people. Everybody knows Mo talk dog, Mike talk business. Everybody that know us know that. Been like that for years. People up on the hill knew it. People down on the bottom knew it. People in the north, south, east, and west, everybody knew our role because we never changed from who we and what we were. But still try to be good people along the way. I think honesty, when you came down to dealing with the dog part of it. I mean, remember, they gave us the dogs. Now, how much appreciation you think we should have given them for doing that for us? I think we owed it to them to take them dogs out there and beat up everybody on the bottom. That's how we took it. We appreciated the fact that you didn't give us bullshit. You gave us these good dogs. We don't know who you people is. But the fact that we can bring this shit down here on the bottom and then just clear out the whole entire bottom.
Keep in mind, Sir Powell is the dog.
Well, how about them now? I ain't got Cheryl Powell all up in this story because we would have never got to them if it don't be for Cheryl Powell. And you remember, they didn't even fuck with Cheryl Powell. Top or bottom. Because he had that shit. But wasn't Perry Powell on there at the time when he's still in the Marines? See, these is the people. Remember, Perry Powell and Cheryl Powell, they were actually from the same area in Pittsburgh. So you got all this kind of shit going on. But these is northern boys, still hanging out down here in the South. And we getting our hands on the dogs when they can't. So being able to show our appreciation to them was based off of what we did. Because if it don't be for us beating them up and doing what we did, you think they would have ever went up on top, go up that hill and go get them where the real bulldogs was? I don't know what had stopped them, but they knew when they did go, the game changed. A lot of people got rich when things changed like that. Because a lot of boys down there that I know, they was going to buy them dogs. And by the time that probably happened, we were on our way to Ohio. When things really, started kicking into gear. Because we got to remember now, my man Tony Wade, he became a legend down there. He's one of them people who was there. He had y'all heard his story. Y'all heard the interview. That's a Southern born North Carolina young man. He's seen us early in our life in these bulldogs. And still it turned out to be legendary Tony Wade out of Carolina. Knew Tony like I did back then. He had that wolf. He had the wolf on Facebook today. I think it was Max. I can't remember. But remember we told y'all he had a wolf. A real wolf. That was early. So he's another testimony to that story. I can guarantee you, the story never really changed. He told you about his relationship with Harry. He loved Harry to the day Harry died. But listen to his interview. Listen to all the shit. He still had respect, loyalty, and integrity and honor for that man. Because what that man did for him and what Fat Bill did for him. See, those are the little things that I don't know if y'all really be catching that shit. Because those little things created big progress. Big progress. So I use those little stories to, think about, fellas, we wasn't always who we was in this game. So when I look at the things that's now, I take that now and say, this is what that now used to look like. So I remember what that now for us used to look like. But I know what that looked like and what it took to make that look like change. I was a part of that change. I seen the change. So I know what change looks like. I know everything that was involved as we watched it change throughout them years. And be able to sit here and share it to you. Y'all really got to just pay close attention to the detail. Because there's a whole lot of loyalty and honor and respect and integrity. It's a whole lot of being a man. It's a whole lot of being a gentleman. It's a whole lot of being a real ass person that was responsible for a lot of that change. Now, yeah, true enough, there's good and bad in everything. But it all depends on which person that you're trying to be. And from my many years of living, the good has always outweighed the bad. As long as it was like that, there was no really any reason why I would want to treat anybody bad. Unless you gave me a reason to. But when you have a person that feels like that, unless you gave me a reason to, I mean, I really, really have to have a reason to even be bothered with a situation like that. To be wanting to have to deal with it. And I want a whole lot less of that. I'm going to try to surround myself with the good. And I hope the bullshit don't get caught up in that, because just as easy as it was good and it get bad, is as quick as it get bad, is as quick as you get rid of it. And just keep moving on. That's what I look when I start talking about. I know what success look like. I know what change looks like. I know when I'm talking about these men that were nobodies, that we didn't know they're nobodies. You read in books, y'all still talk about these same people that we knew personally. Like, these is big time dudes. And when you really knew them, they was just, they wouldn't have been thinking like that. They would have never seen it or felt it was going to even be like that. Because the persons that they actually were. They were really, really good people. I can't say what they would have been saying when we had our backs turned or when they was with the good old boys. I never put them in that category because I didn't worry about how they treated other people. I was more concerned about how you treated us. So it really didn't matter what they were doing to other people. Maybe them other people deserved it. I don't know. I just speak on how it was for us. And being straight up with you to understand, hey, a lot of these roadblocks that I be seeing and a lot of the bullshit that I be seeing has a whole lot to do with the people that's doing it. You know, if real can't recognize real, then guess what? I mean, then everybody will fall for some bullshit. That's what that looks like, and that's how I look at it. Because some of the shit that I see, it's bullshit. Some of the shit I see people go through in these dogs right now, to me, it's bullshit. And then it's almost like everybody can't be green, or everybody will think that's just a part of what it's supposed to be like. Or that's everybody. Well, I'm not everybody, fellas. I am an old school person. Just because I'm old do not mean I didn't have a life along the way. I have had my wife on here to give you an idea of what it meant to be a motherfucking bulldog, man, with wife and kids, and still travel and do the shit that we done, and still be married. You've heard the good and the bad from me and my brother. Remember, I told you, me and him, two different people. But we know our roles, and we play them roles well. We're still living. God has blessed us to live this long. With all the shit that we've done in our life, we're still here. We could be gone tomorrow. But the fact is, this conversation that I'm having, this is a real life conversation. This is Hot Mic Friday. I want y'all to really get into, before we get out of this shit, the serious, how serious we was, and how passionate it is for us to get y'all to understand this shit didn't happen overnight. We're going to tell you exactly where it happened and give you receipts of how it happened and become a part of how it happened. Anything that y'all doing moving in the future don't have nothing to do with what we did, because you're not doing what we did. And for you to talk about anything going in the future, there is nothing going in the future, because you'll have no direction of what the future will look like. Y'all don't have no idea of how we're going to judge the quality of a bulldog at this point in time. We don't even know how we're going to do that moving forward. But this is what I lived to see. And how many times y'all don't heard me get on here and say this? My brother don't talk the same thing I talk. And I understand why. Mo is the bulldog man. That's his focus. Me, I'm for the business side of this thing, talking about, okay, you know, I hear all the talk, you know, and everything, it sounds good, but you know, man, we've been part of change. See, Mo ain't feeding into that, because Mo gonna tell you, how do you judge the quality of a bulldog? Y'all already know his answer. If you ask my brother have that conversation with him, it should be no secret of what he fixing to say, because he has never given you no doubt of where he stand with how you judge the quality of a goddamn American Pit Bull Terrier. Now, why would he change? Me? Y'all don't hear me stand on that like that, because I'm giving you guys hope. I am. That from a business standpoint, to find what you're looking for means you have to change the game. You're going to have to set a whole new standard. But I also know what it takes to make change. See, you got to read between the lines, gentlemen. If you don't have the honor, the integrity, the truthfulness, the respect, and no loyalty, why would I believe you're going somewhere? Why would I believe that? This is what I press to you guys. This is what I'm saying to y'all. Look here. This is what you're lacking. This is what you're lacking. See, one thing I know, that me and my brother, we get on here and we talk shit about our life. We have no reason to sit here and bullshit you and lie to you or change who the fuck we are. We're not going to do that. Because if we had to do that, I don't need this. But we actually really trying to help and then be kind of straightforward with doing it. I mean, like I said, everybody, if y'all been watching us from day one, y'all know there's a difference between me and my brother. But in the process of doing what we doing, you're getting a part of me and you're getting a part of him. And between them two things, regardless of how different they are, we make that work. I have enough trust in him. I don't have to worry about the dog, just like he don't have to worry about me taking care of this part right here. Mo know I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna do my little preach thing. Mo might come in here and throw his shit out there. Well, let me tell y'all, that's Mike thinking. Y'all ain't on that shit. He'll do it in a heartbeat. Y'all know that. But he don't do it just to knock me. He do that because he already know the faults that I see already. I can't fool him with that shit. Well, how you gonna tell me that shit and all that shit you see all that shit? He's right. I don't go off, you don't hear me knocking him or trying to defend that bullshit because he's right. He know I see it, all that shit. He knows Mike go through all the shows. He go support everybody. Very seldom see Mo anytime. Anytime. Very rarely see him. Cause Mo ain't on that shit. I get an okay on it, Mo will be on that shit. I don't give it an okay on it, Mo don't have to worry about that shit. Cause I ain't gonna let Mo get involved in shit like that anyway. Cause he gonna be the one to come in and fuck it up because he gonna tell you about yourself. That shit's raggedy, your shit raggedy, and he gonna have every reason to say that shit. Might not like the way he say it, like you say it, but he gonna say it. And you know what? I'm gonna stand behind him because I already know, and I know you do not want to be wrong trying to challenge me when it comes to my brother. Because he don't really have to say shit. Leave that for me to deal with. Because he ain't gonna change who he is, and he ain't gonna change the way he feel about you. He ain't gonna change what he say because he feel what he says and how he say it. He ain't got no reason to lie to you. He just gonna tell you the way it is. He didn't ask you to like it. Everybody know Mo like that. And me understand that about him is why I protect him the way I do. Because let me deal with the bullshit. Because I already see it. I feel like if you really think that stupid, and I've said this plenty of times, if you really think I'm that stupid and out of whack, you know what I'm saying? Then keep that thought. Because thinking ain't never really hurt nobody. It's the knowing part that gets you killed. That's how I look at it. You know you fucked up. You know you fucked up, right? Now it's time to pay the piper. See, this is what the young generation even miss in that conversation because it's so quick to run out here and pull a trigger and take somebody else's life. But you really think if you had a chance to do it all over again, knowing that your life is through, you're done. 20, 30 years of your life, old man getting out, missed so much. That lack of not thinking falls on the fact that this wasn't enough for us. You know, people like me doing what they should have been doing. I'm pretty much to tell you why, because a lot of people are my age, they wasn't thinking like that either. So the only way they can really tell anybody anything when you're behind bars. And what can you tell somebody about doing anything when you behind bars? Your damn self. Doing 20, 30. All you doing now is trying to teach them how not to get caught. And imagine that, trying to get somebody who in jail already, trying to tell you how not to get caught. That don't make sense for me. I was always that one that said, if I ain't going to jail, ain't nobody around me supposed to be going to jail. And we meant that. And your dumb shit ain't going to get everybody going to jail. That's why we're responsible for everybody. Everybody's responsible for the man next to him. We come here together, we lead together, we move together, we think together, we do everything together, and everybody gonna be on the same page. Anything that looks like it's not on that page, you get rid of it. We don't drag it along. We don't play footsie with it. We get rid of it. That's the attitude that I feel like this game lacks, because nobody's willing to get up here and say it. I don't have a problem saying it. We're on the way out anyway. I'm just trying to find stage left to do it the right way. But it's going to get said. This ain't have nothing to do with no racism. This don't have nothing to do with your income. This has a whole lot to do with the success, the fraternity, the chances that people take behind an American Pit Bull Terrier. We know what the damn dog was bred for. We were the ones that out there taking the chances. We were the ones out there learning. We were the ones taking the risk. We the ones that's telling you now. That was a whole different life compared to the now. But guess what? They were saying the same goddamn thing back in 1953. Remember that now. We took you on that whole road all the way back there and listened to the shit that they were saying. In 53, all the way up to 58, to 63, to 68, to 72. We've taken y'all down that whole road and the conversation never changed. Trust me. My thing is, I see so many people running out of, getting out of dogs compared to when the smoke clear, is that what's gonna be? Is that what's gonna be left? All the real ones? Are we gonna tell me? Because I think that's what I looked at see happen. Let me give a big shout out to my man Deep South Country coming in with that 5-piece, showing that love. JK and the Tank. Appreciate that, Deep South Country, man. I seen it earlier, but I was in that thing. Shit freeze up. I gotta get myself back in the swing of things. But look, fellas, appreciate that love, man. And that's something else, fellas. Everything that we sit in these chairs and do, I'm always telling y'all, there's going to be a time that we ain't going to do that no more. And you know what? Only thing going to be left is them videos. And it's so new for me, here over the last, I would say the last year and a half, I have lost some very important people in my life. And one thing I can say about each one of them, I never felt guilty about being a part of their life. I didn't have to wait till they died to feel like I wasn't there. See, those people were special to me. That's why it hurt me the way it hurts me. McNasty, Mr. T, Nate Abraham, True Colors, Tony Rogers. So many of them, man, just passed on and gone. And you still hear us say their names. And we don't talk about them to try to, how you say it? Put it like that. We talk about them because them was our mentors. Them were people who had a major part of our life. Those were not just regular people. Those were people that you had relationships with. Not like family members, but in this dog community, those were relationships. I don't care what they was doing outside of the dogs, because I really didn't know them. I knew some of their families. But when we was around, we was intrigued in the dogs. So how you not going to talk about the dogs and not talk about your boys? And they dead and gone. But they have so much to do with who you became. And if you couldn't do that for your boys, then I think you a piece of shit. because there's no loyalty there. You didn't get nothing out of that you could appreciate. Nothing. Then why is you messing with it? Why are you wasting your time if you don't have that type of relationship? Especially doing with these damn dogs, knowing that you can go to jail and get caught up in all kind of crazy shit. I mean, who you trying to be? You trying to be a real dog man, or you trying to be a man with dogs? That's the thing I be looking at when I'm sitting around here following in and out of everybody's shit. I hear everything. But again, a lot of people think Mike's stupid. I've heard people say I'm stupid and I'm crazy. You know what? Half of that is right. Because I only get stupid when I gotta get crazy. Because only a stupid motherfucker gonna be fucking with Mike anyway. Because y'all should already know it. Mike crazy. That's just who I am. I don't never make that to be a secret. That's not to be beating on my chest or anything at 60-some fucking years old. Why? I don't have a reason to change who I am. I'm always be who I am. I've made it this far, lived this long, had this much fun in life, to stand here and tell you, looking at this camera, and don't give a fuck who out there looking and listening. If they could, they would co-sign exactly everything that I'm saying to you, which will show you I haven't been this motherfucker all my life, just like he been that same motherfucker all his life. And we were going to go out the back door of being these same motherfuckers. So if we can't teach us anything, let us teach us this one thing. Not only as a dog man, but as a person. Your success in life is always going to be built around them things that built. I consider going hard Kennels than anybody else who was successful. And those are the major things that we've always said and we've talked about in our, all the way back to our very, very first video. We outlined this. And if you watch all our videos, that storyline, that mission statement has never changed. Ever. The truth, the integrity, the loyalty, the honesty, the respect in anything that you do in life, and you handling it, whether it's your family, your business, your friends, your associates, if you stick to be that person right there, you would be surprised at how many other people's lives you can change to make things better, to make shit work. When I see that type of shit, then I know change is headed in the right direction because I've lived long enough and I've done enough to understand and know what change looks like and what it looks like to get there. It don't take a whole lot of people to do that. It just takes the right people. Like the James Edwards, like the Dr. KEMSEY Woods, the Atlas Brewers, and the Sheriff James Powell. Because that's right there, fellas, where it all started at. Right there. How green can you be when it started right there? And all the things that I named, being them same people, led to everything that we did in the future beyond. So we can talk about a lot of people, seen a lot of things, had a lot of fun, and still had a love for the dogs in the game. So it's not like we're giving up on you. It's not that. He got his way of dealing with it, and I got mine. And being the night is Hot Mike Friday, I felt like, guess what? I'm going to tell you something that you need to hear. Because at some point, everybody all ages, green, old, you're all gonna walk that same pathway. I wouldn't care what you're doing in life. Everybody gonna walk that same pathway. It's just how you handle it. Over here, I'm just speaking to this community right here, the American Pit Bull Terrier community. Anybody who's in the sound of my damn voice, the only reason that you possibly could be up in this damn room right here is you must motherfucking like motherfucking dogs. And you just want to enjoy yourself and understand what the history of fighting dogs was like from somebody who really did it. That's the only reason I can see you in this room. So that means if you within the sound of my voice and see my face, truly understand this conversation is strictly for everybody to understand. We all have to start somewhere. But to climb to the top of the hill don't have nothing to do with race at all. Don't have a whole lot to do with knowledge. Because in order to get knowledge, fellas, to me, you got to be worthy of it. And to be worthy of anything that I'm willing to teach and show you, you're going to show me that loyalty. You're going to show me that integrity. You're going to show me that honor. You're going to show me that respect. Because last time I checked, that's strictly what the Shark Tank was built off of. Outside just the love of the goddamn dogs. That's the Shark Tank. That's why everybody in blue, because we're going to be on the same level hanging around here. Because this show wouldn't have been nothing without them. This show would be nothing without the people who come watch the show. And I always make that a point by giving that same love back. But don't think with all the names and all the shit that I see and all the people that I know my loyalty really falls for based on all the shit that we going on in this life. If I could get 10 people outside of, I know I can name 10 people. Remember, we said this long time ago. Mo said, you give me 10 good kennels, I could change the game. He said 10. Way back then. Go check out the videos. We said it way back then. And we still believe it to this day. Because we have went over 3,000 views as far as subscribers. We're headed to 700,000 views. And we would have never imagined that, y'all, sitting here talking about some damn American Pit Bull Terriers, match dogs, dogmen, history. So I go to show you how much people really love the game. But y'all know, like I know, it's time for change. What you doing to be a part of that change is on you. But don't act like we can't see you. You see all that shit on Facebook. You see all that shit on Instagram and TikTok and on YouTube. Yeah, we see all that shit. How can you not? But come on, man. Where is that getting? Just take it from a person to know what change look like. Is that really what you want to be a part of? That I put that out there to you as individuals. You don't have to answer that. You know, I'm like the Michael Jackson thing. Look, it's all about the man in the mirror. I'll never, one of my best songs he ever made. Because again, stop worrying about the next man and start looking at yourself. How you gonna talk about what somebody ain't doing and you ain't done shit? Let's try to clean up the easy part of the bullshit. Let's see it for what it is. Let's call real and keep it real and act on what real, recognize real. How about that? And we don't need a lot of people to do that. All we need is the right people to do that. So I'm tooting my horn. Woo woo! I'm going to tell you about it. You don't have to like it. Really didn't ask for your permission. But I think it's necessary to let it be known as a person who loves the dogs and before it's him just being totally, just treated like trash, sit up and represent the game. That's where we at with that. Now, play your role. Guess what, y'all? Super chat still work. I'm finna hand this over to Mo, but I want y'all to just pick up the conversation and stop looking at the little things and let them go right by you. I know we all might be grown and everything, but again, you got Bulldogs for a reason, and you over here in this show for a reason, and you run around all these other shows for a reason. You know, last thing we need is flunkies. You know, I have never ever had a flunky work for me. I can never have a flunky work for me. The worst thing a person could be around me is try to be a flunky. And I say this type of shit, man. But people who really know us, they know this. People who really know us, they know this. And I think everybody should have that kind of attitude. How come that everything that you do for a person, how come you can't just do it from your heart? Don't look for nothing in return. Because doing just that much, you should already know the success going to be always in the return. It always comes back. Maybe that's the way God made the universe. Maybe we get away from that. You know, should be doing a whole lot more giving and don't look for nothing in return. Because right then when it comes in tenfold. So understand that and knowing that, why would you want to change? How about just trying to see what it looks like being that person? And getting a couple more people to be like you are. True to what you're doing. Believe in what you're doing. Move mountains. We'll ask for 10. But we got 3,000 subscribers now. How about that? I know it don't sound big with everybody. I see hundreds and 80s down. But guess what, fellas? We didn't come in here thinking that we would even get 1,000. And I think we're going into our second, coming up on 2.5 years now. I think that was great. Couldn't have done it without you. But now we're getting down to let's talk about some real shit to see if we can really make some shit change. Stop talking about a bunch of some of the old shit, and let me try to get y'all to understand as we move on our way out of here, we're going to fill in them little small lines. Those are not just people I'm talking about when I talk about Atlas. When Mo talks about Sheriff Powell, or Dr. KEMSEY Woods, or James Pope. Remember, you have to look at these people and see just how much influence they had on change. And if not for anybody's life, how about ours? How about ours? Because it all had to start somewhere. Had to start somewhere. And that's where we're going to start at. On you, Mo. Hey, appreciate that, everybody. Everybody do some thumbs up there for Rubber Mike. What you call me, man? Yeah, man. You call me Rubber Mike, man. Rubber Mike right there, boy. Come on, man. Don't start that shit, Mo. Shoot, man. Look. I need to give you a call, boy. Yeah, that's good talk, though, man. I enjoyed that. I'm pretty sure they enjoyed it. Made sense. Definitely made sense. You know, because to me, you always hear me say how lucky. You know what I'm saying? The sports guys could have just had a bigger playing field. You know what I mean? You know, I wish I could have been, you know, in a bigger situation. You know, as far as the help, but as far as the ride that I've been on in my life, I had sports gods around me. I had angels. Because you just don't go through life the way me and my brother went through life. Having so much fun. I mean, really having a lot of fun. Slow about growing up. Because having too much fun. I didn't care what it was. I'm going to have some fun. And who would ever thought that day that show stopped me and was out there talking to me
and told me that, you know, he wanted me to ride with him and see some shit. And he took me to these guys' house. I always wondered what made him stop me. Well, he is the sheriff. He is the police. And you have to understand, us being in Kinston as Marines, and we had a lot of guys from Akron in Kinston that were all Marines. You know, we really jumped on the bandwagon. We like all kind of followed each other. You know what I'm saying? Just by, you know, I guess they were just sending a lot of the Marines to Camp Lejeune to fight. So, you know, Camp Lejeune, you know, we all posseing up there. We posseing up there in Kinston. So, you know, it was things that was happening out there where, you know, we became pretty well known, especially me and the dogs. You know, the DOGMEN, you know, they not a big city, but, you know, when I'm out there with those dogs, it really has people looking amazed. And then our nightlife was wild. We had a lot of fun, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, sometimes things get where, you know, as Marines, you know, what's a Marine if he ain't getting into something? Because somebody always wants to try a Marine for some odd reason. For real. It's not our fault that most Marines will attract somebody else's woman by looking at them. Maybe it's the way we carry ourselves. Maybe it's the gentleman in us because we always opening doors for women and, you know, always giving a woman the first means to, after the hello, to speak back. You know, stuff like that, you know? So, you know, maybe a lot of us is from the city, you know, and we just had that city way. Well, you know, we had a lot of times where you had a lot of jealous guys out there that, you know, that we had situations that had to be dealt with, you know, as Marines, okay? So it was real understandable why the sheriff knew us, you know. It's bad when, you know, got a judge, you know, the judge would see you because you come into court and he would look at you and be like, what y'all in here for now? Just stop everybody and be wondering what's going on. Most of the time it's us defending ourselves. It's just the way we defended ourselves. It always took us to jail, you know? But it was always under self-defense, even though North Carolina didn't have a self-defense law at the time. You know, and then they have video cameras. One thing they found out quick about, and, you know, it got so bad that they stopped letting Marines, you know, we couldn't go to Jacksonville. We couldn't go to, like, none of the surrounding cities. It was like we were just locked out of going anywhere. Y'all gonna be restricted to the base. Everywhere y'all seem to be going, y'all causing ruckus. But it's not just me and my brother, you know. It was like an army. I mean, it was an army. You know, and, you know, just the sheriff, that's how the sheriff would pull up on me and make that connection to take me out here to see these pit bulls. Because to him, he probably looked at us like, you know, I know they from up north, they from Akron. You know, he know he's the police. And, you know, he's seeing how we behave when it comes down to dealing with shit. So he see that we'll go. So he probably looked at us like we was little baby pits. And look at this dude walking down the street with 6 damn Dobermans. Every one of them eat your ass up. You know what I'm saying? So for him, I can understand why he would pick me up and ride with me, take me to ride with him, and just be talking. And next thing you know it, I'm over here, these 2 old white guys sitting here, and everybody know each other. But they get to talk about the dogs. Now, remember, I met them in '82. And I told y'all, when I went to Alice Brewer's yard, you know, when he said Snooty, and I seen Snooty's gravestone, I told you, I said, that gravestone was still, you know, that burial was like he just lost the dog. Well, he probably did, because Snooty died in '82. And I'm telling you, I'm standing there on the man's yard looking at his gravestone. And that's how I met Atlas Brewer and James Evans. Now let's talk about these 2 guys and the sheriff. I'm the new face. You know, and when you hear Powell talk about me to them, You know, it was more like, you know, they, you know, the attitude, the way his dogs is trained, you know, the way he handled his dogs, you know, and he hard too now, you know, and that gave them a conversation to talk. They really sitting there talking about me, and at the same time talking about Marines as a whole. You know, these things that they would expect from Marines. Oh, they've been around Marines, and you know, so it was a good conversation, and it was like the perfect fit for him was a pit bull. That's the perfect fit for y'all. You don't know what a pit bull is? I heard of him. But then he showed me that one I told y'all about in other videos. I told you about the one he had out there in that barn. It was like a little outhouse-like barn. And he bought this little skinny-ass dog out. Muscles, nothing on him but muscles. And he had this big-ass weight collar on his neck. Keep in mind now, I'm still a dog trainer. Okay, I still know dogs. But I ain't never seen no shit like that. Never seen nothing like that. That dog looked good. I mean, man, look at that. It was like he looked it like he had nothing but muscles on him. You know, like a motherfucker that constantly go to the gym and work out. That's what that dog looked like. And that I was hooked. I was hooked after that. But now everything that happened after me seeing that dog had everything to do with dog fighting. Why is that dog so skinny? And us not knowing, because they're not going into, well, you know, you got to match up these dogs' weight. You know, you got a 36-pounder. You know, no, you just bring the dog in skinny, and, you know, and you go fight him. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all I'm getting. It's the only information I'm gathering. I know he's a fighting dog. He's got a fight coming up. Ain't nobody said nothing about no contract weight, none of that shit. So this is what I'm picking up from the conversation. So this is what I presume is the learning. Now they come to dogs. We're going to give you some dogs. Okay, next week I got some more dogs. I ain't got nowhere to put these dogs. I mean, I got all these Dobermans. Ben, oh, okay, he's the leader of this little entourage, you know, army. He was the one. God rest his soul, but he was the one. He was the perfect fit for pit bulls. Because once we started playing with him, oh yeah, this is definitely our personality we like in here. Because we hard, dogs gotta be hard, you know. Don't be hard and get punched and get knocked down. Oh, we looking at you now. I ain't never changed that attitude. I don't care how good you is. If you go down on this yard, you is not going off this yard. We gonna protect you. You know what I'm saying? You either gonna learn to be game or you gonna quit. We want one thing we ain't gonna do with you. We ain't gonna fight you because you done got beat up. We didn't like them kind of dogs. We didn't want them. We just didn't want them. What we need a dog that's losing. He done got beat up. Man, what we gonna do with him? Well, one thing we're gonna make damn sure is he ain't gonna run. Because we know about them too. Many fights we been in. You know, you get dagging down on the right thing, he get a chance, he gonna hit the road. Now he done. You put enough shots on him, he gonna tip and run, cur out, you know. Hand in hand. With our attitude, we go anywhere in the world, and when we fight, we push. We looking for you to stand in there and be game to die. But that's what most wars, you know, that pressure be so tight. That's why Marines are who they are. We put that pressure on you to force you to quit. You're gonna quit or you're gonna die trying to win. Either way, you in a bad situation because either choices you make, we don't care. It's gonna be one or the other anyway. And that's how it felt with the dogs. That I'm a young Marine. I'm seeing this shit. You know, we already seeing the bad. You know what I'm saying? Because we beating. I mean, when I say the dogs that they gave us, we didn't do. Our dogs never look bad. I'm talking about every one of them dogs I got from Atlas Brewer and James Edwards. That none of them look bad. The only one that took a bad beating, it changed the game, is when we put judo on blood. That was the first time I ever seen blood get beat up. The judo was riding his head, and when he was riding his head, He was already a hard biting head dog. Miley B. Snooty dog, he was kung fu on him and just tore his head up. And that's what ended Blood's career. You know, Blood was a one-time winner. He beat a good one. He beat the brag of the town. He beat the dog everybody was talking shit about. You know, he got this dude feeling like he Maurice Carver or something, running around with his Buster D shit. And we young in the game. Bring that shit. We still Marines. What? Buster D? Man, bring that shit over here. We gonna go get Buster D. Well, we went and got Buster D. Stop Buster D in 19 minutes. They still ain't figured out who the hell we is. You know, not, you know, they already know we hanging with Sheriff Powell. And see, in the black community, he's still the police. But he one of them cool police. You know what I'm saying? He was in Pittsburgh. You know, he had that street Marine Corps mentality. Don't force me to do my job and I can be a cool cop. He was one of them kind. You know, he didn't mind messing with the girls that we had running around with us. Remember, we still young dudes now. We out of the city. You know, we come from the block. So our behavior, we bought some things in our life we bought off the street, we bought with us. And he used to, you know, buy our women every once in a while. You know, we kept him satisfied. He had a wife and a family, but you know, that's his world. But he was one of them kind of guys. So they already knew, you know, if the Atlas and James and even Mr. Stevenson, the guy that had Stevenson's Big Ben, I guess Ben had got sold to Mr. Triplet, but I seen Ben, Stevenson's Big Ben, and I met Mr. Triplet. Now, them old dudes right there, they knew why didn't nobody like going into Powell, because Powell, they always talked about that Hetrick T.N.T. shit. And that I don't know what it was, but I can just tell you that was one of the favorite names that I knew in my early days of the dogs. Not Snooty, not Molly B, none of them. I knew about the Hetrick dogs because those are the dogs that Powell got. No, not Powell. Why you ain't get none of them dogs from them? Well, evidently because Powell been beating up their shit. That's why he ain't getting no dog from them. But the dogs that we was getting from them was bad dogs. They was beating up shit. And remember, I can't move around and fight a dog without Powell because he's the one setting shit up. He's the one talking about the young black guys that did have some dogs, you know what I'm saying? But he knew it wasn't enough of them. He brought some city boys into it, and that kind of sparked up the Carolinas because we was running around knocking on Mr. Robinson down there in Jacksonville's door. You know what I'm saying? How you think we was meeting Mr. Triplet and all the rest of them guys? You know, they always got their friends, you know. We putting our shit down on them. Now imagine in some of these so-called matches that they was having, you know what I'm saying, that they would have beat us, what they would have reported it, because we don't know nothing about the Sport and Dog Journal. But when I look in the journal, I see the Robinsons in them. I see James Edwards and Atlas in them in the book. You know, why ain't none of our shit in this shit? Man, we beat this dude. Didn't know nothing about the journal until James Pope showed me a journal. Didn't know nothing about it. I knew the guys that was in there. Harry Hargrove, I knew these dudes moving around with Powell. Matter of fact, Tony Wade was just he was not even really into the dogs when we first heard about him. And then when I finally went around, he had a few dogs, but he had this you heard me talk about the wolf. Now, in his mindset, he was one of them dog men too. That he was in the kung fu shit, you know, and he was a nice looking guy. He had bulldogs and a wolf, so he must got that dog man, you know, mentality. That's the only reason I would think a brother would have a pit bull, because back there in the dog man that we was running into, they was pretty stern and huffed up about their dogs, and you know what I'm saying, and they had they egos and shit, you know. But one thing for damn sure, we was busting a lot of egos down in North Carolina. And I'm not bullshitting. We was busting, didn't matter, color didn't matter. And Paul was having a ball. It was just elevating him. It was elevating him. And he didn't really have a bunch of dogs. I think he had like 5 dogs. 2 of the dogs was the brothers sisters that we bred to be created to the tornado shit. And Levi, he was on the yard. But other than that, he had a little bitch. Yeah, I remember a little bitch, a little black and white bitch. So I'd say he had like 4 or 5 dogs. He didn't have no more than that. But just think of their mentality. You know, me, I'm getting up, I'm going, when I get a chance, I'm always going to see Powell. You know what I'm saying? I'm helping him fix up his yard because he's seen the way I kept my Dobermans and the way I kept my yard. And, you know, he just really felt like, you know, this dude, you can tell he cared about his dogs. He go over there and see the dogs over there. Ben got the dog. Our yard look better than all their yards out there. Because we really Marines, so there's a certain way we was dealing with shit, you know, and not knowing nothing about, you know, we fighting our dogs, but we know after war we got to clean it up. Don't know how, but one thing for sure, we know how to treat a wound like if we get shot. So we was handling them like that, you know what I'm saying? That's why I learned how to be so good on taking care of a dog, is because I have to take care of me or a soldier. If ever in battle, we got to know what to do. So we used to look at our dogs like that. I mean, we really started looking at our dogs as warriors. Our mindset was that of a warrior. If you fail, then we are really saving your life. If you game enough to stay there, then we really saving your life. Because one thing we started noticing, when they shit gets beat up and they feel a little embarrassed, they don't mind sitting there letting your dog eat their shit up while it's screaming and hollering trying to run. It's like they scared they even want to touch their shit. You ought to see how a person treat a cur. You know? See, I was young and I didn't know no better, but I hated that part of the game. I hated it. Because your shit lost, or we tore your shit up. We can't just grab your shit and take it up and it'll be over with. No, we gotta sit here and watch this dog just get mauled on. Like you embarrassed or something. You just want to like, fuck it, I don't want it. I'm just gonna let him kill him. I ain't never liked that shit. And as I got older, I stopped that shit. You know, I started controlling my own roles, you know, on the way Paul was saying, hey, you control your dog. You touch your dog, you can do anything you want with the dog. When I tell you don't touch the dog, don't touch the dog. Because, you know, we didn't know, you know, like we was rolling and taking a look at dogs for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And then he would be like, and 2 weeks from now, we're going to go over here and do this. Now look, you got to do this. Don't do this and don't do that because this ain't no role. If you do this, you know, they're going to fire you out. So don't touch the dog. You know what I'm saying? Don't cross the line when you let the dog go. Listen to everything. You know, he went through the routine and he tried to test me and shit like that. You know, but it made me better because even though I was nervous, I wasn't nervous for the dogs. Because it seemed like we had warriors. And we was feeding and taking care of them like warriors. So, you know, if this is what we're seeing, what do you think our mindset is? What do you think is going on in our heads? We ain't getting beastie. We know we still got to go out there and clean up and pick up shit. We can't wait to fight the next damn dog. That's how hungry we was. We love that shit. We love that shit. And like I said, had no idea where we was going with this, guys. We just going. just going. I mean, when I left North Carolina and stepped back into up north, I got shocked. Because what was going on down south was nothing like going on up north. You know, maybe they was a little behind. And these are the things that they didn't want us to know. These are the things they wasn't telling us. I wouldn't have had none of that shit to say if North Carolina had did their job. But I had to go up north to find this shit out. Oh, there's more to this shit. But now, I didn't move from the Dobermans to now I'm coming home with the pits. I'm coming home with judo. I'm coming home with blood. There was the main two that I came home with from Carolina. Solo. I came home with Solo because Solo hung herself. So I came back with 3 dogs. Solo, Blood, and Judo. That was those 3 come out of Carolinas. Now, prior to me leaving the Carolinas, like I told you about Minneapolis Brewer, and this is before me meeting Pope. When I went home, I had these APBT'S papers. And, you know, me not knowing what they were, you know what I'm saying? You know how you go buy something and it's new and you get this certificate and this is the papers on your dog, you know? And I seen that long sheet of my dog's pedigree and shit like that. Well, it wasn't even how the dogs was bred. It was just, they had all my dogs' history on this paper. So I bought on all 3 of those dogs the APBT'S papers and the big one. I got the little square one, then I got 3 nice big ones. Now, I don't know a damn dog on there. I know it's about Snooty, because Snooty, even though it didn't have Snooty ROM on his shit, it had Snooty and Edward's Molly B. It had Low Posse's Buster and Low Posse's Queen. It had Levi off of Smeller, Brewer Smeller. It didn't have Mosley Smeller. It had Brewer Smeller. On Blood's papers. Blood was off of Bruiser. Don't forget Bruiser. Bruiser got stolen in Carolina. See, we lost Bruiser in Carolina. Somebody stole Bruiser. But yeah, Bruiser was off of Smeller. Levi, he was off of Snooty too. But these are the dogs that I had came home with, and it was like, I had no idea how these dogs was bred. Once I got that shit out of James Pope and started learning that part of the game, I'm looking at the mindset. Why is he taking me and doing all this shit to me? You know why James Pope did that shit to me? Because we took our dog and was doing his ass just like we did in North Carolina. We don't care with the shit that we bought into Ohio. We'll eat your ass up with this shit. Now, we done did what we did in North Carolina. Now we up in Ohio and ain't nothing changed. You know, yeah. If Solo hadn't hung herself, Shirley would have got tested. Cause we played with Pope. Pope ain't no joke. Pope ain't betting, and he ain't matching shit. But you better not put your shit down there with his shit, cause believe me, he ain't picking it up. And we had that kind of attitude where, like Pope said, if you're a good one, he'll stay there. Don't ever forget that. So I didn't know her to pick up. I ain't got nothing to lose. Ain't got no money bet on it. I ain't got no money to be losing. And he didn't mind sitting there watching this shit go on and on and on and on. Okay? In the long run, it ended up costing one of his best dogs because he was giving us good dogs. He got us Ratchet. Ratchet was a badass dog. The only reason we got a hold of Ratchet because Ratchet was a badass dog, but he get beat up by Joe Red. But they were just puppies. Ratchet ain't never quit. He just kept getting beat up by Joe Red. Now, I didn't mind taking him. Because by the time we got done looking at Ratchet, letting him grow up, Ratchet was a bulldog. And by the time, he came to an age where we could call Pope out, and he ain't no puppy no more, and he over here with us. You ain't never beat up none of our shit over here. I don't know why I used to say that. You know, and these is roles. They ain't like these is matches. So, you know, I be used to, you know, after the, you know, these years ago, then you come all the way back and we talk about the dog Joe Red that we stopped because you was out here telling everybody like the dog was some great dog that had all this great ability, what she did. It's just the fact that the dog that stopped him was a dog you got rid of because he used to beat him up as a puppy. Yet we brought him back as a grown dog. Now, whether it was because he was in your hands or maybe the dog grew up in our hands, made him a tougher dog. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it was, Joe Red quit on him in 19 minutes. And it was a, you know, they tried to hide that one. We just resurfaced and kind of put everybody on notice that, you know, the dog wasn't what they claimed to be. But again, it was all about our mindset on getting there. And this is what really led us to the dog game opening the door, because we was really dog fighters coming in acting like dog fighters evidently. And we knew as Marines what it took to be a warrior. No, I don't want to sleep in shit. I don't even like smelling shit, so I got to make sure my warriors don't have to deal with no shit. That's where I became such an animal person about keeping my yard clean, because, I mean, if I'm in the Marines and you know, we got to sleep with a bunch of killers, you know, and tomorrow we got to go out here and take on some shit that some of us may not make it back, then we have a responsibility to making our lives as we live together comfortable. One thing we ain't going to be smelling is a whole bunch of shit. And a lot of guys got sick having to deal with them, what they call them, Mike, where they burn the shit.
When they were burning that trash,
they used to burn shit. So, you know, you got, if you did something fucked up, like, or you was got in trouble and, you know, don't have an outdoor brig, you know, you go to a brig, but you'll be in confinement. But most of the time, you be the ones out there burning them shit pits. You know, this is how they got rid of shit and things like that. They had burn pits. But things like that right there to keep everybody clean. I mean, you still had to make your beds and all that shit in the Marine Corps. Even after boot camp, you know, they walking through on how you're living. How you living. So if you got that kind of mentality, you know, and you got your own warriors. I'm a product of the United States Marine Corps, so, you know, they got me. I'm like they pit bull. So since I'm gonna play the government pit bull, I'm gonna have my own warriors, and they, you know what I'm saying, and my pit bull is gonna stay clean and like I'm staying clean. Mine gonna be working out and being healthy, thinking I'm doing the right thing because I'm only doing what I know. Once I started getting information from these people, it was opening the doors, like from Pope to Cash, from Cash, you know what I'm saying, to Johnny D, where I got a chance to see Brunson beat Tadpole up there in Youngstown. And you know, my first match I've ever seen, my first real match, you know, as far as this was some real good dog men. And I got a chance to meet Bill Struthers from the Legion of Doom. There was a lot of good, I mean, remember, I didn't even know who Fat Bill was. I didn't even know who Fergie, I didn't know none of those guys. But I knew the guys that was there who brought me in from Akron. But all the rest of those guys, I didn't know them. This is my first real match where it's not, they ain't doing shit like this in Carolina. They wasn't doing nothing like this. This was a damn show. You know, dog men around the box. I mean, place packed. Then you seen Tadpole and Brunson, and that was a good one. Good one. But it was like, that was like, okay, these is not what we see at home. No, these ain't the kind of dogs we got at home. Not what I just saw. Those was match dogs. The only one dog that was able to do what I seen Brunson and Tadpole do, and that was judo. Judo. And we put judo on all our dogs. We put him on Blood. We put him on Ratchet. We even put him on my boy D-Ray's dog, Damien. These were all good dogs. Could nobody else whoop them. But that Snooty Molly B dog put them all on notice. Every single one of them. That's why we went out there and just matched him like we did. Our first real match with him was the mistake of mistakes, not knowing no better. Again, remember, we still learning. But one thing for damn sure, we still got that dog shit down. And that's where it all started. Everything else, it's like I had sports guys just study dropping me shit. Getting the amber, you know what I'm saying? Meeting the guys up in Cleveland. Now I'm up in here in Detroit. From Detroit, ended up in Chicago. From Chicago over there to Buffalo, then Rochester. It was just one of those things that just kept happening. Like my growth was, I'm steady growing. And thank you for James Pope, because if you were going to build a house, you're going to build a house on a good foundation. And what James Pope did is he made a point that these are the kind of dogs that you got that you want to know how they breed. You need to know how they breed. Because you ain't going to just go out here and just breed anything. You ain't going to be out here just letting everybody breed to your dog. You know, just going to be out here doing all these kind of crazy breedings if you don't know what the fuck you're doing. In this game here, it's a way you do it. It's the way you do it. And I had the perfect papers for him to show me how. He was already knew about James Edwards and Atlas Brewer. And that was a fact that he didn't have to tell me, because I seen the dog. Again, I'll tell you, I seen the dog that I saw in North Carolina. I seen it in James Pope's yard. He didn't know he was the Buckeye man that they was talking about. When I finally met James Pope, I knew James Pope through being the Buckeye man, because they told me, you know, that I know you. But I never was in the journal either. Didn't even know what they were talking about when they was talking about the journal. James Pope introduced me to the journal. Now I'm getting me the journal. I'm in school. I'm in school, and at the same time, I'm still going out here feeding dogs that ain't getting their asses whooped. You know, I want to play the fast lane. I want to play with them. That's what I want. I'm going on the first bus coming. Again, y'all know the story. Again, the mindset, all in growth. Am I being hyper about it? No, I'm just, excited about being able to get me a match to be like Free or one of them. And it just kept coming. My opportunity to go in the Legion of Doom, my opportunity to go in the Tommy Boy, my opportunity to go in Ohio Cash and going that long distance with him. And these guys got years on them. Now we up north. It just seemed like with us getting there, we cranked the shit up. We cranked it up. Because now we ain't just sitting there in Akron going into each other. Now we done stressed out, running with Cash. He done took us up to Detroit. Now, not only are we going to Detroit to see those great dogs, now we coming with dogs. Now, Cass is the first one ran up there and winning the Outrage. He the one made Grand Champion Outrage from Two Colors Grand Champion. That was the first Grand Champion dog that I ever seen. Was Grand Champions, Two Colors Grand Champion Outrage. First real bulldog, and he beat a good when Cash bought up there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, his dog was a one-time winner, but he was going into a Grand Champion. Cash didn't care. Cash went to a couple champions. With his dogs, he didn't give a damn. They be first-time out dogs. He get into a champion, so the way you think I got that mindset. Goddamn wins don't mean shit if they ain't whoop you. That don't mean shit. They just mean they beat 3 people before they beat you, before they get to you. All that means is he beat 3 other people before he got to you, cuz. That's why we gonna do it. He ain't beat you. Let's go. And that's how that was in my mindset. I don't care. I'm putting it down because know your shit. If you lose, you lose. But you go in there with the confidence and the belief that you know your dog can win. You know, what's the purpose of going through all that work and stepping over there in that box with that doubt? You think your dog ain't gonna feel that shit? Your dog probably go out there and fight real shitty. But that was some of the things that when you say, Mike say, well, you know, these things was this were happening. Why were they happening? Well, Mike kind of breaks it down into a deeper aspect. Were these things to me like this happening? Like, am I really being blessed with luck? The opportunity to remember doing all this shit. I'm not on no type of pathway to greatness or none of that. I don't see none of that going on. I'm just doing and following and rolling along with the program. Nothing else. Ain't seeing no stars or none of that shit, fellas. Just going with the flow. I mean, soon I had an opportunity to make a breakoff flow because I was the first one that walked into the city with a dog named off of Mayday. Who the hell is Mayday? Country don't even know Mayday yet. Only ones probably know Mayday is Florida and New York. So they don't know nothing about Mayday. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as that name started popping up around the world, the first thing came to their mind, Twin them got one of them motherfuckers. Twin them got that shit. That's that shit Twin and them got. You know, that put the spotlight. That created a buzz. But then it just kept going on and on. Like, the buzz was already when we beat the Legion of Doom. When we came back and beat that dog out of Rochester, Jughead, who was off Magnum from the So-So Boys. All of them was in the house. Stopped that dog in less than 30. So there was our opportunity in the way we was. Look, we didn't knock off the Legion of Doom. Now we done knocked off the boys from Rochester, and evidently the So-So Boys was big time because they was all in the journal. And I'm looking at them like, these is real dog men. You know what I'm saying? We just beat a badass dog with judo. But we know we got good dogs. We just beat a badass dog with Mikey because these was real match dogs. We was just lucky to have them. Wasn't even doing completely the true right thing to do with them, but we was learning. They was really holding us together, keeping us on, putting us on. And it just grew. I mean, I've seen so many great dog men. I mean, especially the Detroit area, the New York area, the Maryland area, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky. We've been in all the spots. Alabama, New Orleans. Yeah, these are all the places that the world of dog fighting took us. And having fun. I mean, I hear guys talk about P&P Live. You remember that bitch, Mike? You know, we met the P&P boys out there one time, and we seen Lively go. And I cannot remember where we was at. We was at a hotel.
I think that was the one in Kentucky, though.
Might have been in Kentucky. Mike said it was in Kentucky. I know we seen her, and we seen her at a hotel. We booked there because we come to see the shit. We don't know who she is, but we heard about her. So we got a chance to see the P&P boys, and they let us see Lively. And they said she was rough. And we know about rough dogs. And you know, so here we go. We going with Lively. We betting along with Lively. We don't know who they come to see. All we know is the way they talk about her, and we know what rough look like. We gonna go bet with this rough bitch. We may lose tonight, but we gonna bet with this one. They sound convincing. Sure enough, man, that P&P Lively, it was no joke. She was all that. She was a smasher, a destroyer.
Did she want to be woman?
No, that was T.O. Yeah, Lively was the little chocolate black, like chocolate black bitch, like, you know, the fast bitch. Yeah, she was a buzzsaw, and she ate their ass up just like he said. You know, to me, that was one of the baddest bitches I ever seen until I saw Queen. No, I would have to put that back. I would say the next one I saw that was something close to her was Pepper. Pepper was the next one. Y'all know the story about Pepper and the Queen. You know, and our encounter with that. You know, there was just some great matches, man. I mean, I've seen some of the greatest matches, and I asked myself now, like, you know, I'm just going along with the flow back then, but then I stop and I start telling y'all the stories now, and it'd be like, man, when I look at the shit now and I look out over what was going on, man, I had to have some kind of angel sitting up there sprinkling me with the best and the most that you could have asked for out of something, the best positions, the best place to be around some of the greatest dog fighters, some of the great dogs of the fight game, old and the new. I mean, right there, front seat, everything. I mean, this, you know, like now I'm looking over and looking down into that space that I used to have, or the space that I lived. And I see that, like, I was blessed. There's nothing that you can't say I wasn't, because, man, who gets that type of opportunity? Who can really, I would love to see somebody else come in and share a venture like that. Many, I'm sure, because one thing you notice about a lot of the dog men, they travel. So those ones that don't want to accept the fact, like, you know, that make them just as good as dog men because they stay at home shit, then no, that doesn't make you just as good as us, because you never know when we willing to go around the country, you want to stay in your yard. Not taking nothing away from you. But the last that I remember and the things that I know and what I've seen as a fact is true dog fighters, true competitors don't sit at home. Period. Give a damn. You can say what you want. You're safe at home if you ain't traveling from home. Competition is where it's at. Even if you mean you got to get up and go get it. So, no, I don't put y'all in the same boat as those type of guys, whether you like to hear that or not. You're not. And I'm going to hold that to be true, because there's too many great matches. Even in the old days, you seen, we just got done reading how Lightning and them was going to this convention and that convention and this convention and that convention, and these old dudes doing the same thing. You got McNasty, B.O.B., me and Mike, Loctite. I mean, all these great kennels right there in Ohio. We showing up in Tennessee, showing up in New York. They showing up everywhere. They showing up down there in Florida with Ricky and them. We popping up everywhere, because that's, why are we doing that? Why are we doing it? To go do a show? That's it. To go compete. Period. To go and compete with our warriors. We're going to war. I don't know how everybody else's concept or how they was doing their thing or thinking their way to make. I can't tell you what made McNasty great. I can only tell you what I saw. I'm gonna tell you what made him great for us historically. He's a badass dog, man, and he competed. And he was definitely one to compete against, him and his brother, Mr. T. Roadblock was a hell of a kennel. Same with True Colors. I mean, Jones would pick up and got True Colors in there with 9 different kennels, maybe more than that. Maybe it was up to 20 different champions out there with his name on it. Major piece of the game. Again, talk about their mindset. What made him great? What made him great? is us. Us. Us seeing what he did. And we got to tell you his story. Like we tell you McNasty's story. For those who had that opportunity to see these things, there are stories. And there are these stories turning to be historical stories of fact. Like when we go back and talk about 1953. See, we ain't got to go back that far. Me, I lived a life. I can tell you about all the great people that I don't see in a book nowhere. I don't see being published nowhere. I see the Abrahams, I see Man, I see McNasty. But there's far more greater ones than that, y'all. There's far more greater ones than that. I really don't see hardcore in no book. I really don't see Stone City in a book. What they brought to the game. We don't see none of their stories like we see Floyd Boudreaux or James Crenshaw, Atlas Brewer, or James Edwards. Yet they deserve the same because they are just as great, if not more important, in the history of my era that I got a chance to experience and see. You know what I'm saying? And just think, I'm saying that now about something 20 years ago that I share with y'all now. I share with y'all right now, taking shit that happened 20 years ago. And so many people be like, well, the game has changed. But guess what? Without none of that history, what would y'all talk about? Y'all hate the history so much because y'all shit don't really fall up in the line of the qualifications or somebody from our past to come back into y'all future and say, oh, Lord, guys ain't done shit with the game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would make you want to hate us. Yeah, I understand that. But you have to understand, all these people that we named that ain't in books don't be for a lot of this stuff to show up on this show. That we wouldn't have a J-Bo. J-Bo probably would have never got the credit due to him. No, that's what social media done. Where he was a small part of a big picture. Guess what? There's so many of them out there that try to be far bigger than that. There ain't nowhere close to where he stood on. And what we call a small part of his picture is a big picture to y'all. And that deserves recognition anyway. Would you say, man?
I think so. That's why I be trying to let them know, man.
I'm trying to tell you, J-Bo was there. J-Bo there. Thank God for it.
Like J-Bo, I was saying about Big Rob, Lockdown Rudy.
Lockdown Rudy.
Stan the Man.
Stan the Man, you know what I'm saying?
A whole bunch of them. We can run
that.
that
Those are great dogs. You know, you see them all on the internet. You see them, McNasty and Havana Chico and them had them. But where is these stories here that doesn't reflect on Floyd Boudreaux, Earl Tudor? You know what I'm saying? These old names. You know what I mean? These were new names of a whole new crew of guys, a whole bunch of new guys. I mean, so many. Remember, I told you 1,978 matches is a lot of matches in 1 year. The books that we look in 2005, there was a lot of matches in 1 year. So let's just stick to the script here. We don't have those kind of references to know that anymore. But one thing for a clear point and definitely for a fact, doesn't mean that the game is still not moving forward. It just means that you lack the information to become a part of that foregoing historical note that it's going to take to move the game forward in these times and days without it. Y'all would probably never know who the baddest dog in the world is right now. You probably never know the greatest producing dog in the now. You probably don't even know who the greatest winning dog or the winning kennel, if it even exists. That's where history is going. Because what are y'all going to be able to talk about 20 years from now? If y'all refuse to even talk about the 20 years that you're just right in front of you right now, you got to be able to carry that 20 years from what we brought to you to take off, do something with it, and you have your own 20 years so you can go back on your stories about your past 20 years. And what you learned prior to your coming up of greatness. I'm pretty sure Victor had a story the same way. A lot of these great kennels had a story of where they came from green to their heights.
517, SEK said, did you see Joey?
Yeah, we seen Joey. Yeah, remember Joey was the night that we really supposed to see. We seen Joey his second match, about his third match. The fourth match, I think it was his fifth match, where he went into Grim Reaper, Waldo, and they did that in the morning, and then that evening, we got rated on the champion and grand champion, the night of champions. But I've seen Joey. I've seen Joey, but before I saw Joey, I seen Champion Bo. Champion Bo was their first real champion. I seen Bo. Champion Bo was before Joey. So I seen Bo first, then I saw Joey.
517, SEK said, yeah, I was there. Okay, fam,
That's right. Man, there was a lot of us there. Remember back then, man, it was, doors was wide open. There's so many great ones up there in that Michigan area. That Michigan area was the area, man, when I'm gonna tell you, that Michigan area became the place where America was getting tested with your shit.
517 said, boss man.
Yeah, boss man. Hey, boss man, I say Ray. No, boss man was the one we had, Mike. It wasn't standing man, it was boss man. Romulus, boss man. And I'm trying to remember, was that the same day we seen David lose? King David. Was that the same night we got raided?
Because remember,
because Boss Man, when he was in,
McNasty had just beat King David before Pepper beat the ass.
Was it that way? Was it that night? No, it was Mike. I'm telling you, that came after Pepper. David
Romulus came after Pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. King Arthur.
No, King David. That was King David.
Yeah.
Abraham King David. Then it was remember when Frankenstein. Remember that was the same night that David lost, right? Yeah. Frankenstein. Yeah, Roblox Frankenstein. They went the same night. Yeah, David lost. Yeah, McNasty beat both. Yeah, they went into the Abrahams, and I forgot who was that the Frankenstein beat, but yeah, McNasty won both of those that night.
But that's Boss Man, the one we bought.
The Boss Man was the dog that we got out of that raid. He was the only one that got away that night. That's because he was with us. The little young boy had him, snatched him up. But a lot of them got busted. Bob Lowry, all of them got busted. Everybody. Abraham, everybody got busted that night. Hog Cash, all of them. Everybody got busted. Them two jarheads didn't. It was two jarheads and a little young man, and he had the dog. We went from Romulus in the middle of the night, cold, snowing, and raining, and made it all the way back to Detroit without getting caught. And walking and made it with the dog. It turned out to be champion boss man. Grand champion boss man. Yep. It wasn't standing man, it was boss man. But yeah, I mean, just those kind of things, man. It was like that kind of life that we was in with him, man.
He was there. He said, 517 said, Joey Waldo, what happened that morning? Big show that night.
Didn't
couple hundred.
Mm-hmm.
Couple hundred people was there. That was the night of champions.
The night of champions. You're right. Yeah, that was supposed to be
the
night
there,
of champions.
517.
Champion night, 517.
I got bit by the horse that was out there in the back of the barn. Went out that window.
Yep, Romulus, he got bit by a horse. That night, that was going to be all champions and grand champions. Going to be a hell of a night. I don't know why they did it early that morning, but thank God they did, because they was waiting on us that night. They was waiting. Shit got real hectic. Real hectic.
We got a couple fights off though before that happened. We just finished the boss now. We were 12 fights before that.
Yeah, you talking about the Ramblers fights. Yeah, the Ramblers fights. Yeah, that's true.
A bunch of us.
We got 2 fights before the Popos came up in there. But they weren't even supposed to come anyway. They was chasing the motherfucker. Motherfucker brought the police to the house, running home. But yeah, man, them opportunities and things like that, man, those are like there's no stories for y'all to ride on. I mean, y'all jump a whole generation, couple generations back before us. That's y'all past. Y'all don't talk about none of the in-betweens. You know, the only argument, that I see is y'all arguing over bloodlines. It's been occurring every line out there, as far as I'm concerned. The point in the dog fighting world is percentages. Percentages. What does that mean to me as when I say percentages? My chances of winning with a great bred dog is better than your chances of putting your own shit together and trying to come and beat and win at my percentage. And I think the game has proven that. It's not even an argument for you to snap back and say it without no factual reasoning, because you won't find it. Most of your greatest dogs, whether you like to hear it or not, and your best dogs were good bred dogs, period. And the majority of the dogs that had several great dogs in one litter to become great dogs was great bred dogs anyway. I think they was doing that back in 1953. They probably was doing it way before then to bring us all the way up to the now. Why these dogs are so good now? It had to be maintaining a type of structure as the representation of an American Pit Bull Terrier in the box. Plain and fucking simple. It's been proven time after time after time after time. Enough of these good bred dogs have won way more matches than a normal, average motherfucking dog is not really great of a line. Not saying he didn't have them. It's just percentage-wise, I'm betting with percentages. I'm betting my money on the chances of getting and winning. And my numbers were so much better going that direction. It's been proven throughout the years. So why would I change that? Why would I ended up with so many great kennels in my arsenal? Because they were winning kennels. If I'm out here running around with a bunch of damn dog fighters and I'm out here gambling like everybody else, I'm running with percentages. I'm going on percentages. And like I said, 95 to 98% of those percentage winning dogs have good pedigrees. Don't want to argue with you unless you go and look for yourself. If you look for yourself, you'll come back agreeing with me, because you can't change history. You just can't change history. for the now, and the guys that's out there in the back street is out there taking those chances. You know the secret to the future. Because as there is a future being built, it's a future that's built underground.
Just say Birdwin Kennels. He said, I be seeing y'all speak about no. My man, Mr. Carter from Bread and Winest, Bread Winningest Kennels said, I be seeing y'all speak about North Carolina Dogmen. Did y'all know W. Gable, J. Swinson, and Buzzsaw Atkins?
I heard about Mr. Swinson. Yeah, I heard about Mr. Swinson because Pope knew him very well. Swinson is the one that had Born to Win. He also had that Carolina Rose dog. I know a lot about him. Not only because of Mr. Swinson, but Atlas and them used to talk about him too. You know, I knew about Fletcher Shavers before leaving the Carolinas. But these are guys that Atlas and them be talking about. You know, Powell, his conversation, he really didn't know nothing except his Hetrick shit. You know, that's all I can tell you. That T.N.T. Lightner shit is all James Powell knew. He ain't like nothing else. That shit ain't killing shit like his shit. And he ain't doing nothing but killing shit. That's all he was stuck on. I don't know nothing about Snooty. Snooty would got murdered if I'd have put my shit on him. I mean, Sheriff Powell was just like that because he was a Pittsburgh man, so he was real stiff, and believe me, we put Bruiser on one of his dogs. Remember that? And it was blazing hot out. It was brutal. These two dogs was, we outside doing it. And it was hot as hell. It was so hot we had to turn the water on. The hose was hot. He said, let the water run. Don't let it get cold. When the water start warming up just a little bit, start putting it on the dogs. Because we got the dogs are so fucked up. We got them sitting in laundry baskets with a piece of plywood in between them so they wouldn't see each other. But they were so exhausted, they were laying on the side, we thought they was going to die. But we took the hose and we let the burn come off the hose, and then the water started cooling off as we go. But we're pouring it on the dogs. And we just sat out there and poured it on the dogs. The dogs did not go into shock, y'all. The dogs started coming back, and you could tell because now the water's, their body temperature didn't get this instant shock that they could start licking the water. They started licking the water, and when they started licking the water, he was like, they're going to be all right. They're going to be all right. Just going to leave them there until they start trying to get on their feet. We're just going to leave them there until they try to get up on their feet. Once they get on their feet.
You were new to this shit.
Right? We was real new to that shit because we just knew Bruiser was going to die. I ain't never seen, oh my shit, why are we out here? And then, we didn't really care at the time. It wasn't until the fight was over that, the dogs looked like they was, getting ready to die. I'm like, man, what is this? They gonna die. They was, laying there and shit. And we was like, man, we don't want Bruiser to die. Fuck that. What we gonna do? What can we do? Shit, we put that water on them and let it run. But they was chopped up. Them dogs was they fought themselves to a draw, that's all I can call it, because we had to get them because they was on each other. They weren't letting each other go. They was just holding each other, and they both on the ground, burning up. When I say burning up, they was so hot to the touch. Their body was hot. And they still wouldn't let go of each other. And he was like, okay, y'all, let's get him. His Johnson's gonna kill him. I'm like, shit, look like they gonna die. We broke them all up. Everybody laying out. I'm hot as hell. Paul, he was a big dude. He probably stopped it because he couldn't take no more. He was a big dude, and he was drenched. He was drenched. I just think maybe Paul was so used to smashing James and them dogs so quick that he thought he was gonna get Bruiser. Maybe he wanted to get Bruiser. Maybe he wanted to get one of Brewer's dogs, but he went after Bruiser. Now this is after him taking us down to Jacksonville, and we beaten the Robinsons 3-time winner. I think his name was Thor. That's what they called him. He was a champ. I know he was a champion though, but yeah, we just took him down there and beat the Robinsons down in Jayville. So I don't know what Paul was thinking. Maybe he was, he wanted to really test one, But shit, we weren't scared of shit either. Put a bruiser on him. They both finished out on that one. They could have stayed there and died. I'm just glad that, we stopped it before they died. But that was the first time I was like, man, I know we ain't supposed to be doing this shit in this kind of weather. And he was like, no, we don't do this. No, y'all don't ever try that shit. Don't ever do that because you ain't doing no help for the dog.
My man, BRED winners Kennels. He said, yes, sir. He said, yes, sir. My uncle came up under Mr. James Edwards. I'm young, but old school. I got many stories of many people. Don't know Patsy Lopez lost one with Zeke to a son of Mountain Man's Little Bill, and she paid.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's what Solo come from. Yeah, we actually got Solo from James Edwards. He cut her ears and everything. He cut her ears and threw her in a box and said, just let her bleed out. I ain't never seen no shit like that either. And she had the prettiest cut though. She had that low posse head. She had that big ass head, square ass body. And he cut her ears as a puppy and he just put her in the boxes. And we gonna sit around and talk a little bit until the ears start clotting up. He said, now, I'm telling you what you're gonna have to do now. You gotta take that ear about 2 or 3 days from now and you gotta start pulling it. And the dog ain't gonna like it. She is not gonna like it. But if you don't, they're gonna come up with pig ears. You want a nice cut? Good cut. If you want a nice cut, you're gonna have to pull that ear. Keep breaking that scab. Keep pulling the ear. Till it starts healing. And no shit, man. I was pulling whether she liked it or not. And that cut came out so pretty. I mean, perfect cut too, man. And she looked pretty. Real pretty. But yeah, James Edwards did that. The dog was off of Low Posse's Buster and Low Posse's Queen. Another dog that I had the paperwork on. But yes, sir, you're right. Any more questions?
My man, 517 said, did you guys know Pac-Man?
Yeah.
Roadblock and a lot of the D guys kept lots of dogs at his spot outside of Flint.
Yep.
He didn't stay too far from Norman.
Yep. Norman was Kalamazoo. Then remember the Sly Dogs. Pac-Man had them Sly Dogs up there. Yep, and he did hold on to a lot of people's dogs. He sure did, Big Ralph. But Pac-Man, he was definitely Flint. Them boys had that Sly Dog. I think Martell was a Sly Dog. And so was Pepper. Pepper had some of the Sly Dog in her. But there was some bad dogs. Flint was some boys not to play with now. The Nasty them, they were some Saginaw. You know what I'm saying? Kalamazoo, they too far up there. You know, Norman and them, you know, you playing with the mountain boys then. You know, I was Jerry and them kind of guys kind of hung out up that way. No, we was closer to the ghetto. You know, we was ghetto ballers. You know, Norman going out there with Whistler, he going up there beating them and coming down in the city losing. Whistler got mad 6 times, won 3 and lost 3. Never quit. Never quit. Never once did he quit. He was a red boy dog. But, you know, he could beat some dogs, and then some dogs you would just have to, you don't want to get killed, you just pick him up, you know. But he never quit. Everything he did was true and blue. He scratched like a motherfucker. But yeah, that was funny though. He'd go up there and beat up them, and he'd come down there to the city, brought him down, gators he is, and get him chewed up. Yeah, it's in the journal though. Champion Whistler is a six-time match dog. He won 3 and lost 3, and lost all 3 of them games.
He said, "Yep, Sly. I met him right after he lost."
See, good dogs though. Yep, and it produced some good ones. Like I said, Martell was a Sly dog. And so was Pepper. And them dogs came out of Pac-Man, them dogs on that yard. Pac-Man used to be a man. Remember Bonds and Company? There was good. A-Team, SWAT Team. SWAT Team was some good ones. I mean, that area there just nothing. I'm trying to tell you, man, when they locked in on the game, wasn't nothing safe. And then Ohio had to put their ass on the rap. Even though they did have great dogs, we had our share. We didn't have the numbers that they had now. Now, I ain't going to even front like we did. But we had our share of good dog men, too. Mile, they was running around. We had all them on lockup. Vietnam, we had all that shit on lockup. One place you did not want to go fuck around with, that was OH and a dime. We went from Cincinnati, Dayton, Toledo. Yeah, we went back to them old days like when Stinson and Glover and them was running around. Yeah, we put Ohio back on the map. We was the threat. We was knocking off great dogs, good dogs. Now we got people coming from all over the world coming to our little spot. You know? No, we earned a mark on that map because shit, Mau and them wasn't nothing easy to beat. Loctite and them wasn't no easy team to beat. Yep. You know, shoot. Let me see. Who else? Behinds and them. They wasn't easy to beat. Dodge City. Old Danny Murphy and them. Daryl Don, I don't know what Daryl used to call himself. Oh, right-hand man, Daryl. That's who produced right-hand man. But I'm talking about the major players that really was real hard to, in Ohio to beat. Them boys was hard to beat. You'll see a lot of them in the journal. Yeah, Legion of Doom, you know, when they came out, you know, they didn't come out a whole lot, but when they came out, they usually come out making grand champion. That's for damn sure. When they come out, they stay out there with one. Look, you'll see him to the end. As long as they winning, they using them. You know, they had their share of good dogs. They had a few champions too. But their famous names came from grand champions that doing some hellified grand championship. Like Grand Champion Duke. When he beat that motherfucker Robert T. He beat a champion beater, so what did that make him? You know, you beat a champion, you stopped a champion beater. Robert T was beating nothing but champions his final matches. He ran across Duke. Yeah, Robert T was a 9-time winner when he went to Duke. Kenny Allen, they had 2 grand champions on his yard. And Robert T had a 1. He already did it with Tornado. He was trying to do it with Duke. And he was going into a badass kennel again. He was going into the Legion of Doom. got they got a grand champion. His grand champion Duke. You want to know who Legionnaires? Them same people that had grand champion Luther, who won 7 by kills in a row. Straight 7 straight kills. But these were the kind of kennels that was up there in Ohio during that time. So many of them that you don't hear nothing about. You know, the Junior Mafias, Judy Jones, a badass dog. You know, maybe she would have been a great one, because we actually, before we went into Tommy Boy, we was trying to go into her. We were supposed to go into her. And it didn't happen, but that's why we ended up going to Puerto Rico at the time. But we were looking for the best that was out there. She went on ahead to become a champion too, Judy Jones. Matter of fact, a very well-known champion. You know, but always crossed my mind, you know, because she'd ever dealt with Red Ace. You know, I always felt like Red Ace would have killed her ass, like she did Tommy. You know, but it never happened. I respect the fact that she was a champion. She went on, but that just shows you what kind of dog I felt that I had.
What about Catfish and the Kingfish dogs?
Yeah, Catfish, he had one. I don't know, his dog was red. And then Jeffro, these are just Ohio guys. Now, I never really got the chance to meet a lot of the guys up in the Dayton, Toledo area, because they was more on the, you know, sometimes you would have to put them with the Detroit boys, you know what I'm saying? Because they did more Detroit shit than they did Ohio shit. Sometimes we didn't know whether they was running with us or they was running with Detroit, you know what I'm saying? Because they was immigrating dogs across to each other and shit, you know, and sometimes I felt like Detroit was giving them dogs to come down there and beat us up to take our capacity of coming back up there to Detroit, beating them. You know, it was never hard to win in Michigan, period. Michigan is a very, very hard place to win. Very, very hard place to win. Back then, it was very hard to win. I mean, and then you got a concentration of so many great kennels that they going into each other. I mean, it wasn't nothing to see West Side Hoorah and Original Body Hunter go into each other, you know, and they just had that kind of common shit going on. You know, everybody would jump on a bandwagon when it came to betting. I might go into you next week, but week after, I'm standing right there at Pittside betting on you. You know, if they know your dog, they don't care. They'll go into that mug and try to win. But if they gonna ride with that dog, shit, they lose to him, they gonna follow that dog. They gonna follow that dog and get all their money back going to go bet with the dog. You know, and that's what a lot of us was doing, you know. A lot of people bet on Queen because she was a shoe-in. A lot of people were fortunate enough to bet, you know, made a lot of money on Pandy because they were shoe-ins. You know, just certain kennels, you know, and them 90%ers. And when I say 90%ers, they won 90% of their matches. 90% of their dogs won. You know, some of them higher percentages than that. Imagine jumping on every time they got a dog going out, you trying to put all you can up into it. Knowing your percentages, not you can't win them all. I say you're going 10 for 10, but you may go 10 for 10. But so what if you went 8 for 10? Look how much money you won. And it was during a period of time that, you know, this is how so many great matches came together with so many big bills behind them. You had so many people backing these dogs that it was just a lot of fucking money, but a lot of fun. And a lot of guys you used to hear say the old school dog man fucked up the game when they let the little young guys get their hands on the dogs. Because we literally scared them out the box. I would have to call that being a true statement. And even more truer now because, you know, understanding the world in which we live today and our young youth with the, you know, it's one thing to be a street gangster, you know, and some of these raps that they live by, they are by, and you know, me coming from the streets, I don't knock that shit. But one thing I do understand Like I can say what's fucked up about the dog game. I can say what's fucked up about the streets. See, it's funny, you know, when I see a little skinny dude commit a murder, you know, oh, that makes him a badass, right? This little skinny dude, because he killed somebody, that makes him a badass. Okay, take his little skinny ass and lock him up, because he's going to do some time, and let's see how good he survived in jail. No, first thing he's going to do is latch on to another bunch of other skinny motherfuckers and try to hopefully bring together some type of band where they can live in harmony amongst a bunch of people that want to kill their little young asses to step out of line. Are you still that gangster person that made that day change your life when you shot a nigga, you're not thinking? Or you know, being grimy? You know, that's the society that we live in now. That's the society that you got in the underworld. Imagine that type of attitude and you up in a place where 50% of those people are like that. The other 50% have either no idea or had an idea and took the chance. Who wants to have a dog fight out of a house full of guns and drugs? You know, the way we used to do it back in the day, it was always said this. Why risk everybody? Why risk everybody? Ricky Jones did that when he had all those great shows at his house. And then when they raided his shit and found all those guns and drugs and money there, it made him easier, and most of the money they found was counterfeit. So just imagine the situation that he had himself in, and because what he put himself in, it costed everybody else, because he was telling them people that he didn't even have no business. Why were you telling them? You know, you already corroborate, but how far are you gonna corroborate? God damn. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he really hurt the dog game. You know, and I don't see where guys could ever bless a snitch. I don't care how great he is. You know, that's not loyalty. You know, God bless my man. He ain't never do it to me, so I'm always respect the fact. But there's guys out here that went down in history that, you know, the reason why they left where they was is because they told. You know what I'm saying? Couple great ones. You know, all of them, you know, white and black, got paper on them. But that's in the game. You know, a lot of us are going history and respect, you know, who they was to the dog game. You know, and I can always say that I respect all those guys, but I cannot say that I'm ever considering the fact that these are dog fighters. And it's like any other thing you do on the street. You could have been the coldest dog fighter in the world. You could have been the biggest dope man in the world, but once you snitch, all that shit goes out the window. I mean, that's just how it is. It's supposed to be. And for those who accept that shit, that accept it, we look at you as a weak link in a chain. Can never accept nothing that's not acceptable. Snitching is not acceptable, period. God give a damn what the reason is. This is still a snitch. Getting mad at somebody because you can't get into a fight that you want to go as far as to make an anonymous phone call just to say, fuck that nigga. He wouldn't let me in. I ain't paying for shit. I'll fuck this whole night up. And be that fucking fucked up in your head to do that. You put all those people at risk. That's a snitch. Not on his phone call now, he's still a snitch. These are the kind of things that you have to worry about trying to put on some motherfucking night vision and wander around in the dark. And a lot of you guys out here who wants to be, you know, the wannabes who build themselves on just the knowledge and what you learn from guys from the underground and the things like that to establish yourself in the upstairs to be what, you know, unknowers would know as credible. You know what I'm saying? And you have a percentage of those out there, then you have real dog fighters. It's really taking the chance and really don't want nobody to know their business because of those people. You know, those people have a tendency of saying your name and just to be able to boast about, you know, their connection to you. And that's another thing that hurts. Guys know guys that are doing things, and yet you want everybody else to know that you know. That's snitching.
Derek, like I said, twin, don't forget about Kalamazoo.
I did say Kalamazoo, man. I did say Kalamazoo. I said Kalamazoo's up there where Norman was. You know, nothing about y'all boys in Kalamazoo. Y'all play more up in the mountains, and you know what I'm saying. You know what's up. That's what I said, though. I did say Kalamazoo now. I did now.
5710 says Suburbanite Paul from the D.
Don't forget Suburbanite Paul. You know I talk about Suburbanite Paul all the time. Black and white. You know, Grand Champion Sabre. Remember I had Reba. I spent many days hanging out with Paul. Yeah, I had many days with Paul. It was at Southwest. I think that's Southwest. Up there in that area, he had the right name, Suburbanite Paul. Broke his heart when they took his shit. He was done. Yeah, they hit Paul too. Took all his dogs. Never came back after that. But yes, can't forget Paul. But Paul was part of the crew. He was part of the Real True Colors. Yeah, Suburbanite Paul, Armin, and Big Ralph. And Tony. Yeah, and Tony. Tony Rogers, Armin, then Big Ralph, and Suburbanite Paul. That was True Colors. Then they all, I guess they split up. But imagine all four of them with the dogs they had. They all had great dogs. Without them being on their own. With them being on their own, they all had their own champions. You know, shit. Tony had a couple grand champions. Rick Rock, a couple grand champions. Suburbanite Paul had grand champion Sable. And y'all want to know the truth. Sable never went over 40 minutes. So I would like to hear, you know, that conversation, because Sabre was definitely the baddest thing that I saw when it comes to a big female. You know, she was the truth, and she never went over 40 minutes. It wasn't like she was a strong killer, but she was. It was just the people that they were putting on her were supposed to be dogs that would whoop her. That's the point I'm trying to make. You know, they was coming to beat her. And they were coming with good dogs. And it looked like they were good dogs. But I've never seen her go over 40 minutes. You know, she would take you out. To me, she was another Queen of Heart. You don't hear her name like you hear Queen, because Queen went on to win 8. Sable did go on to become a grand champion, and under that grand champion, like I said, I never seen her go over 40, and I know I seen Sable go 3 times. What time is it, man? Huh? Oh, okay, we still cool. I was gonna say I gotta feed my puppies.
My man, 517 said, man, great history. I was young and living it and had no idea the guys I was hanging with.
Same with us. Remember, but he right by himself. Ain't that funny, man? See, when we talk about it now, it seems like, wow. The sports guys gave you an opportunity of a lifetime. And if you knew what you know now, you'd probably been like, man, I'd probably been doing something so much different. But just the fact that you had the opportunity to be a part of that and to know that and to share the conversation like we do. Because, that was some shit back then. We look at it now and see how big it was, but we never felt it or seen it back there when we was going through it or doing it. And yeah, you're right. It's a lot to be, take in when you had that opportunity. And you've been seeing a lot. You live right there, and there's a lot to see up there. Yeah. Especially that part of the area, because fast lane, in that fast lane, you better tell them. If the fast lane came out anyway, it came out of the Motor City. The Motor City was running them. Then I got to give it to Mayday, because Mayday, his dogs came in there and kind of took the title. He did. Mayday came and put that Florida shit on the map. But prior to that, Michigan was knocking them out. I tell you what, nothing safe. And all y'all people around there want to talk shit like they wasn't. I can tell you now, you don't want to have that conversation with me. Because between that damn Heart Nation, I call it the Heart Nation, that consists of all the people around the heart, the Great Lakes. All the people around the Great Lakes, beware, because that was the heart of the dog game. Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, anybody around that Great Lake area, the heart of this country. I'm telling you, they dogs they was about that life. And they was dog men because they had that D money. And that D money, you were able to get those type of dogs. But I'm telling you, you know where they was coming from? A lot of them was coming out of the South. A lot of them was coming out of the South. The only ones that didn't get away, that I felt came into the game and took the game over and really took over the country, was Mayday. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. Y'all might not want to hear that shit, but I'm going to be honest with you. Mayday. That offspring of his that he had that got out there in them dog men's hands. And I don't take nothing away from Stone City. But Stone City is Stone City. That's what they did with their yard. Victor didn't do that like Stone City. Because Victor wasn't the one matching these dogs. Stone City was matching they shit. That's why they can say champion Yellow Buck, champion Miss Nico, champion Nico Jr., champion this, champion that. Victor can't say that. He can say champion Mayday, grand champion Mayday, champion Choice, champion Dragon Lady, and Dolly all win. Now he can talk about all the shit that he produced. But all them dogs that he produced that made Mayday the Mayday dog that he was came out of Florida, and I'm gonna tell you, they changed the geographics of the dog game. Whether you believe it or not, you just don't run out 15 champions around the country and shit. Everybody's got one, and everybody's winning with it, and not draw up a storm. It's not even up for argument. You have your haters that want to argue, but don't waste your breath. Because you will lose. You don't never put your mouth where your mind ain't. Okay? Your mouth sounds like you can go there, but your mind ain't got enough capacity to hold what I'm going to put on you. And then you can get your emotions caught up in it, and you ain't going to like what has been told to you. Trust me, Mayday changed the game. Yellow John changed the game. Before I ever heard of Yellow John, I heard of Red Boy. Cause I was wondering, all these killer Boyles dogs that up north has got, especially Detroit, Michigan, and the Michigan boys, they had all these damn Boyles killers For all of a sudden, these little short matches start going 45 and 50 in an hour and 10, and they were losing. And they were saying, what is doing this shit? It was this shit called Red Boy. It's this new Red Boy shit. Who the fuck is Red Boy? Ask Storm and Norman. Ask Storm and Norman. Storm and Norman had it before all of them had it. Yeah, Storm and Norman had that Red Boy shit. Even though he was losing with it and winning with it, it wasn't quitting. Well, guess what? These Red Boy dogs was coming in winning because they wasn't quitting. Matter of fact, they were doing something that everybody else couldn't do, and that was neutralize them hard biting, fighting goddamn Boyle's dogs. The Eli dogs never became a factor after a while. You know, they didn't. You know, rascal shit, right? Rascal shit and shit like that. You know, they was still good dogs, but they was falling because they wasn't tough, rough enough. You know, you needed to get your hands back on some real rough shit. Because this game shit is holding out with your rough shit and taking their asses out there like a raccoon take a hound out there in the water. They let you take them all the way out there to the water. And then once they get your ass out there, you used all your energy. You didn't kill him. You didn't kill that Red Boy shit. And guess what? They done came back and got your ass. And it make them look like they doing it so pretty because this dog looked like he wasn't going to last 30 minutes. And that's what they was calling them, Red Boy dogs. Red Boy? Shit, that's how we got Amber. We didn't have no Red Boy on our yard. We didn't have no yellow on our yard. We saw Amber go and we heard about Red Boy dogs. We heard about them Yellow John dogs. But we didn't never see them like we saw Amber. Amber in there. And she getting broke the fuck up. And she is scratching like she winning. Bullshit, you're not scratching like she winning. Oh, that's what they be talking about. She was just on a great dog. Dog way more ability than her. On her best day, she couldn't beat that dog. But you couldn't tell her that. We rather buy her out the box, and that's how my boy got her. T.O. bought her out the box. And that's how Amber became a going hard dog. That same old crazy ass fighting, scratching, Yellow John shit that I heard about up there in the Detroit area that started knocking out all these Boyles, killers. The only one they couldn't finish off was Queen. That's why everybody ready to jump on Queen, because they think they could do what they did with all the rest of that damn bullshit that was running around. That's the truth. But, again, it was all in the change in the development and how the game had grown. Now we into that New Jack era, and we was in something totally different. It went from Yellow John to yellow. Yeah, you got Bozak and them winning, Red Man and them winning, Stone City and them winning. All that shit was winning. You know, you had a few Eli dogs out there. They was winning. But what they was seeing in the Eli dogs was more like Frisco dogs. And the problem we was having with Frisco dogs is a lot of the Frisco dogs was winning overseas. A lot of them wins was coming from overseas. So a lot of us dog men didn't appreciate the fact that, you know, how, you know, some of these dogs weren't doing. Why ain't they doing it here?
Hey, talk about what you did about the Crenshaw, and I think that was Katie Marlowe, the one that you thought Crenshaw had something going
No,
on.
that was Marion.
Yeah.
Marion. Y'all know Marion. She had a few champions. Yeah, I think she used to mess with James Crenshaw. I think a lot of us in this area knew that he was messing with her. I mean, you come a long way. You in South Carolina, but you always made it a point to make it there. What was it called? The little spot? Bushnell. Yeah. Mary had a little pit bull store and all that. I bet you James was, you know, always caught. You want to see James Crenshaw down in Florida? Yeah, he sneaked down here. I think he had a little girlfriend. If you look at her matches, old Marion matches, yeah, you look at that shit too. Cause you see a little common theme too with James Crenshaw. But I had a show on that already You know, I did have a show on that with evidence to make you go, Trend might be on to something. Yeah, well, you know, once you put it together, you can throw Casino's ass in there too while you're bullshit. You know, all that shit was okay. You know, I like this. It wouldn't be a beeline if there wasn't somebody out there teaching them how to be one. Okay? And I said the same thing for Evolution and Chico Lopez. You know, they learned the game because somebody taught it to them. And they used the game and it worked. Just like it worked for the people who used it and taught them. The shit works. Shit works more better now because it don't take no money. Everybody's trying to sell their paperwork. I mean,
the reason I asked is somebody said, "What do you think about White's tab?" That was my man Derek Lockett. Appreciate that, Derek. He said, "What do you think about White's tab, Mo?"
I think White Tab is the truth. He's a good dog. I mean, he is a Red Boy Jeep dog. I mean, anything off of Jeep and Red Boy, I mean, he produced the dogs that he produced. I mean, what, we can't question everything he produced because he got so many of it. So after a certain point, the evidence stands on itself on what kind of dog he was. One for damn sure, he wasn't like his brother Champion Brutus. And if you want to know the story on him, one of them dogs got their name changed. It might have been Brutus. You know, he ain't got no loss under his record, but, you know, I know some people was there seeing the dog one time, and he was this dog, and he lost, and the next time they saw him, he was this dog, and he was winning. You know, and they were going to their grave with that story. So, you know, I believe the story. Man, they gonna ride a lie, and they right there, and they see it for themselves. I saw the dog, his name was this dog, he lost. Next time I saw the dog name was Brutus, and then now he didn't won this one. You know what I'm saying? But if you do your homework and look a little closer, go back down there to the mirror and shit, and then go check out James shit and a little bit of blackjack shit. And then y'all do this answer and even throw Gator up in that motherfucker. And then while you at it, go pass through Casino and really go check and see what they was really up to. And with all that madness that was going around, with all that hype that was going around, why they never worked their asses around to us? People like us. Why they never ran around there and met one Mayday dog out there that they ever run into. Not nothing of any relevance. Or Frisco. You know, there was just certain things that they stayed clear of. And not knocking them, but again, I have proof today. I said this before. I just didn't say it and leave it like I'm leaving it there. I got a record of saying the same shit with proof. You find it, you'll see for yourself. I wasn't lying. It's on the video. So it's out there. You know, not knocking them, but come on, some of this shit is just, you know, meant for you guys to go see for yourself and be like, you answer it. Don't let me be your answer. You go get the answer for yourself. I already got it. My point in there. And y'all, anybody, come on, y'all, kick it in. Just getting that time. I hope y'all enjoyed it, because I ain't put up no computer. I ain't put up no pedigree. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you this. I know my man Tony Wade said Atlas still has some dogs, and he got a few dogs from Atlas. He was damn near giving away puppies. Damn near, he gave him some puppies. Imagine, this dude's got Snooty and Molly B, Judo and them brothers and shit. And shit. Offsprings off of them dogs, man. That Atlas was still sitting on. Sitting on them. All these years later, I'm going to go find out and see how good these mugs really is. I want to see if are they really bred like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
All right, fellas, it's about that time. Hey, fella, I know I got 47 in the room, which is still good. Shark Tank is still looking good and thick out there, baby. Boy, I see there's a lot of my people out there. Like I was telling y'all earlier about y'all being young and catching on. Good conversation. Love to see. We got my co-signers out there putting a stamp on this bad boy. But so for right now, I need y'all to help me out. I need y'all to help me. Give me them damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some roses, roses.
My people,
Shark Tank, we need them damn roses.
just take your finger and hold on the button, guys. Just one time. It was a little longer than normal. Just hold it right there, like that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all know what
Y'all,
I'm
man,
saying.
give it to me, baby. Give it to me. I know what the truth is, man. Let it get loose. All right? That means y'all got a story to tell. Make sure they don't never get it right. Anybody try to come out with them lies, get them right. Never let this shit come out right when you know it ain't. All right? Gotta speak up to be up. You know what I'm saying?
Gotta let them know, man.
Hey, I came in here with my gear on today. Look, y'all. Look, I got 12 mountain wall puppies. 12. Okay? Just letting y'all know right now. I got 12 mountain wall puppies. And I can honestly say, half of those are gone. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to put them together and because they're two different litters. Both of them off of Chaos though. And for all the people who know Chaos, everybody trying to get one of them. Everybody. We got some unhappy people, we got some happy people, but everybody wants some shit off of Chaos. If you see Chaos's puppies, Chaos is like, to me, he's like a Mayday. He's like a Mayday. You see, his daddy threw a whole litter, and they tried to sell them and put them in some nice homes, and
Every last one.
every damn one of them came back.
Every one of them came back.
And they was so mean.
So you can't everybody own them dogs.
Right,
Man.
everybody can't own them dogs.
Hey man, look here. As we close out tonight, Hot Mic Friday. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to the Shark Tank and all my people in it. Because, one thing to be having a conversation, and then it's another thing to see people who were young and back in them times and kind of said, damn, I remember that, twin.
Right, they can relate.
They can relate. Even though they was young, they can relate. See, that's what we was talking about. When I first started the show, I said, hey, fellas, there was a time that we was like, new to this thing. All of us go through it, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, like my boys out there, 517. What was my other man?
Winning to be great or something.
BRED, winning ass Kennels, yeah. Them guys, man, they know what I'm talking about. Because again, in order to understand and know what that felt like, it had to happen to you. And you don't think nothing about the people you're around until you look back on that and be like, damn, man, I was around some badass boys right there. Because at the time, you just didn't know it. Like we didn't know it. But when you chasing the dream, when you have that, you didn't know them, but you like what you seen. You wanted to do exactly what they was doing. Found the privilege to have some of they shit. And you wanted to do right by it because it was they shit.
Mm-hmm.
If it worked for them, it's gonna work for me. And they gave me the opportunity to have they shit. What happens when you have they shit and you work out with they shit? You think they ain't gonna respect you for that? You think you ain't gonna respect them for giving you the chance to have that? That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Because I seen it. I seen the passion of my boys. You know what I'm saying? Even though they representing the D, the Michigan move. You know how Michigan, Ohio State. We still there. But the love is always there because the competition is there. That's all it is. It's just
we are competitors.
It's competitors by nature, bruh.
Ohio, Michigan, we always clash.
Always clashing, but you know what? It's a good rivalry because if you notice and you look back on history, that has always brought the best out of the sports. whether it be football, whether it be these damn Bulldogs. You had the whole rest of the country. But you can lock down that, you can go anywhere in the country and still do the same thing. That's what I loved about it. That's why we gravitated to it. And that took us all the way around the country, all the way into another country. So, conversation, it was just basically coming right at where it started at. Great men that we had no idea who they were, and we grew. What do we get from that? How do we get there? Get right in there and tell you. Mo sat there and told you basically the same thing I told you. And I didn't need him in the room to even have to have a conversation, because you know which way he was fixing to go. Man, I'm trying to get you to see the intellectual part of what it means to do something and stand behind it and really make a change. I mean, one worth talking about. History, it's going to tell you. Just like we're sitting here telling you, just like them guys was co-signing. I'm trying to tell you, history is going to show you and give you the results.
It's the truth.
I mean, whether it's a lie or not, the truth of the matter is you can't change nothing in the past. It's already done. It's going to have some fucking results. Some gonna like it, some ain't. But the thing is, ain't nothing back there you can change. Unless you fucked over the papers and all of a sudden you decided before you're on your deathbed you want to do a Pat Patrick on their ass.
Oh, he's all potato.
Oh, no, he's all potato.
Daggone boy.
Oh, you're mad now because they ain't seeing your name.
No.
So that's what the problem was. But see, that's just a part of the game, man. But it still never changed the damn dog for who he was, and that was Grand Champion Buck. I just like the true reality of the Tater move than the Golden Boy shit. And that's probably why he let the Golden Boy shit ride so long, because he really didn't want them to know the real papers behind the shit, because they wasn't giving him no love. Remember, there's always going to be something in every story. You just got to be able to read between the lines and take what you feel is real or right, as long as it's working. Who really gave a damn? So we wanted to share that with y'all and share the experience of just being true to something. I mean, everybody can have a pit bull. Don't mean everybody should have one. You know what I'm saying? If you're feeding it, you're trying to make a change, that change is not going to happen based off of something you do by yourself. It never worked for us. Even though we always had each other, you know, what we did together made our circle bigger because we never changed. We always stayed who we were. I could still be GH.CH Money Mike, and he could always be GH.CH Mo. Twin 1 and Twin 2. And maybe, just maybe, if you live by the code of conduct, live by the disclaimer, that change just might happen. But for the survival of the game, the underground is where it's always going to be at. So, history takes care of that. We ain't got to guess. Go back in history. And again, like somebody wrote a comment to me, Twin, I ain't seen no champion wall climber. I ain't seen no champion pit bull treadmill racer. I ain't seen no champion pit bull weight puller. Where they at? Well, I told y'all we ain't a part of it now because it's hard for us to even talk about that type of shit because that's something that we just never done. But hopefully sometime here in the future that just maybe for all these people who keep talking about this change, maybe that change might happen based on that conversation. It's just at the rate you're going now, it's not going to happen because, again, you don't have the right ingredients to make it happen. So maybe with us putting this thing out here like we put in, just putting it right on the table, throw the color out the window, throw the money and the drugs out the window and get back to the dogs. And just add the things that make the game, the truth, the loyalty, the honor, the trust, the integrity, the respect. Them things right there for each other and just the love of the dog. There's nothing that you can do if you put your mind to it with the right people. Don't take a lot of you. Just take the right kind of people. And that is our word to you from us. And then another thing. In order to succeed in anything in life, you gotta always.
Gotta always.
I mean, and don't be no bullshit and be acting like this takes a bunch of talk. You get knocked down, you gotta get up, boy, and now you done got up, what you gonna do? Hopefully, if you're a bulldog, you better always scratch the wing. Ain't gonna get nowhere standing there looking stupid.
Looking like a cur.
Looking like a cur. And y'all know what that word cur mean. Imagine what it looked like. You know, say he a cur, dog. Tell me what it looked like.
I don't want to do it.
I'm not gonna do it. No, I'm
Yeah,
done. I'm done.
I'm done.
I quit. I don't want any more.
Come on, put his channel on. Let's take him home. Guarantee you, he's not the only one on the yard doing this.
Hey, fellas, wait for me. Don't leave me. Wait for me.
I'm just gonna take it home and breathe it.
Oh Lord. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Well, look, we make jokes and we clown about it because, you know, it is what it is. But you know what? Take that shit serious, man. Start being real about this shit. Quit faking the funk, man. And get rid of all that bullshit. Even if it hurts you. At least you ain't hurting somebody else. You know? Close it out, Mo.
Hey guys, I'll see y'all Tuesday. Till y'all have a safe trip and journey home. Best wishes to the family. Thank y'all for being here with me. Thank y'all for being real. Love. Peace. Guys when they step in and be reminiscing right along with you. You know what I'm saying? Because they be knowing what I be talking about. You know what I'm saying?